Hello, HugoConf, and welcome back to day 2. Yesterday we had a full day of Hugo Talks. We covered everything from reusing content and documentation themes, better ways to edit content on a Hugo site, and ways that you can speed up the end web page rendering time. A lot of optimization tips. Awesome day. You in the chat, everyone in the chat has been incredible. Just helping push the conversation along, asking questions of the speakers. It's been really fun to host this conference, so thank you all for contributing. Today we have a full day of workshops, and I'm really excited to kick off with a live Q&A. So let me introduce Steve Francier. He's best known for leadership roles across several industry-defining projects: the Go language, Google's cloud-native programming language, MongoDB, the NoSQL database, Docker, the container engine, and Drupal, the CMS powering 10% of the commercial internet. He also authored Google's open source strategy and led Google Cloud Developer Strategy. Among other popular open source projects, Steve created Hugo, which is the reason that everyone is here today. He's a published author, speaker, developer, and father of 4. Outside of tech, Steve likes skateboarding, photography, travel, music, and dystopian films. It's an honor to have Steve join us today, and I'm personally very excited to delve into how Hugo came to be. Welcome, Steve.
Excited to be here.
Yeah, really excited to do this. And thanks for joining us. So I want to start at the beginning. Where did you grow up, and how did you get into software development?
Oh, that's really the beginning. Okay. So I grew up in Wilton, Connecticut, which is the same town I currently live in. I like growing up there so much, I figured I'd raise my children there. It's a town in the southwestern tip of Connecticut that's a suburb of New York City. So most people there work in New York City, and it's a big commuter town. And I grew up, let's see, where did I start programming? It's interesting. I remember I got into computers in my early teens, and I remember thinking that I had missed it all. I looked at things like, all the work that Apple and Microsoft were doing on operating systems, and I thought the entire innovative space had happened before I was the right age to participate in it. Little did I know that the internet was in its infancy, about to be born. And I was able to, just fantastic timing, being a part of the dawn of really obviously the foundation of the internet started before them, but really the consumer internet that we've come to know and really branched out to become what it was started around that time. This is the early to mid 90s. And so I was fortunate enough to get a job at an early ISP. For those who weren't alive or around then, that's an internet service provider. And this is back in the days of mostly dial-up. And so there I learned a lot. I actually ended up becoming their lead Unix administrator. So started my career in operations and realized that the better I could program, the better I could do that job. And the more I learned about programming, the more I wanted to be a programmer rather than an operator. And
what languages were you using in that job?
It was at that time primarily C and Perl. There weren't many other languages that were, Java was very nascent at that time. Most of the other open source languages weren't known yet. So I guess Bash, a lot of Bash, C, and Perl
Mm.
is what we did.
And then from that ISP job, was that your first introduction into web development?
It was. In fact, I had a fantastic opportunity to build one of the first e-commerce sites on the internet. It's hard to know exact numbers. The internet was so small back then, but we built a website to sell luggage
Mm.
for one of the largest luggage companies, and worked on the first Slim Jim website, which wasn't e-commerce, but it was pretty fun. Got to participate with Macho Man Randy Savage, like photo shoots and stuff. And so it was just kind of fun to be at the beginning of things. And this is back when it was HTML 2.0. So we were really excited for all the new tags that would come out and really empower us to do more. A lot of like empty GIFs were used at the time. But yeah.
I'm struggling to imagine a e-commerce world without something like Stripe. Were you dealing with credit cards directly, or yeah, how does that even work?
Yeah, there wasn't gateways yet.
Mm.
And like Stripe's an evolution of gateways that kind of started with companies like Authorize.net. But we really, it was just the very beginning of payment processing like that. And beginning of things like SSL. It was all very early.
During that time do you remember development with HTML or CSS that kind of blew you away and it was incredible?
To be honest, no. Right, JavaScript wasn't really a thing yet, and if it was a thing, it wasn't fondly looked on thing. And it kind of JavaScript went through a really interesting evolution over the next 20 years. But 30 years, man, almost 30 years. But yeah, at that time, it was just the incredible thing was that you could do anything. The fact that you could create something that people across the world could access was the incredible portion. The tools were very rudimentary. The styles were rudimentary. Like you go down, the archive websites, you can see, early versions of things. Nothing was impressive. It had a very distinct look to it. Of course, resolutions were really low on all the monitors too. And but the fact that the internet itself was the amazing thing, that you could create something that someone across the world could access, was just incredible.
Yeah. And at the time, what was your vision of what the internet could become? Could you see a path to where we are now?
Oh, no. No. The speeds were so slow. The technology was so rudimentary at the time. Well, actually, in some regards, yes, and in some regards, no. The fact that the internet is so pervasive and on all these devices, I don't think anyone really foresaw that happening.
Yeah.
At the same time, the building blocks of what people do haven't changed. Like, I think, if you look at the early days of AOL, all we've done is recreate that over and over again, right? And even AOL was recreating things that existed, news groups and IRC and different things. It keeps repackaging. Humans like to interact in similar ways, and Reddit is just a nicer version of things that happened before it. Slack is just a nicer version of, ultimately goes back to IRC. And so like we kind of did foresee some of these things, but it certainly is taken a massively different shape than anyone expected. And of course the technologies involved have gone beyond anyone's expectations, I think, in terms of scale, in terms of how easy it is to get things, deployed to millions of people. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. So after your job at the ISP, what comes after that?
So after that, I did college. and I actually majored in philosophy
Hmm.
because I felt like for me, I really wanted to learn as much as I could at college. And I had already done so much in computers that I didn't feel like I was learning as much as I should have. Although I think if I stuck with the program, I probably would have discovered I was wrong with that. But I don't regret what I did. I also don't recommend doing what I did. Um, my alternative education in this industry has actually kind of set me apart, and I'm grateful for that.
Hmm.
So I did that, and then it was a series of startups back in New York City. The first one was a social network focused around sports called Tackle. And then I had a series of really the next few jobs were social networks and e-commerce companies, kind of TikToking back and forth. And the last of them was a company called Open Sky, and there um, it was an e-commerce company, and we were at that point I'd built a few e-commerce companies and kind of was familiar with the challenges of doing that, and recognized that relational databases really struggled to model products, e-commerce products, and was looking for a better solution and stumbled onto MongoDB.
Hmm.
And it was very, very, very early, like way before 1.0.
Hmm.
Um, and as I started using it, I became very impressed with it. We ended up adopting it, becoming one of the, I think, the first e-commerce site and one of the first maybe 4 or 5 sites to use it. And through that, I developed a relationship with the founders of the company, and that led to joining them, which was still very early on when I did that. And then you've kind of highlighted the rest of the journey from there already. So
Got it. Yeah. And so let's move on to Jekyll. So before Jekyll, what are you using, and what did you replace that with for Hugo?
so I skipped a part of my story. I guess I should highlight that now. So when I was in college, I started a company called Super Nerd, and we ended up building um, closed source, right? Open source. I hadn't quite figured out how to do open source right yet. So we built a closed source CMS called SuperSite. And it was used by Major League Soccer. It was used by Priceline's affiliate engine, or their first white label engine. It was used by a lot of different kind of smaller companies. We had, hundreds of small customers. Um, and so I that was built, by the way, in PHP and MySQL back in 2002 or three, and it had some really innovative features, some of which would still be considered innovative. Um, and I used that for a long time to power my website personally.
Mm.
I ended up, for longer reasons than we have time to delve into, um, moving on to the path that I already shared with you. Eventually, I started using Drupal and WordPress for my personal site. First Drupal and then WordPress, and I became very familiar with both, having developed, contributing to modules and different components to them. And it ultimately, with WordPress was the final dynamic engine I used. I realized I was spending more time doing updates to it than I was spending like security updates than I was actually spending writing content.
Mm.
I also realized none of my content was dynamic. So why am I paying all this money for, and wasting all this energy for rendering dynamic content that's not? It's, static content in a dynamic fashion. And so that path led me to consider the static engines that were out there and explore them. And Jekyll was one of the ones I used. I actually used several of the ones that were existing at the time. And each of them had, in my opinion, severe limitations. And so I won't speak to each of them individually, but I'll speak to Jekyll as you brought that one up. For Jekyll, I struggled with really two major things. First was installing Jekyll meant installing everything that comes with Ruby,
Mm-hmm.
and making sure that you have all those dependencies right, and that took me, I guess for some people they get it right in the first try, but for me, I was into it hours
Yeah.
and still struggling. Um, and then once I finally got that all installed, I tried porting my blog, which again was a WordPress blog, and they had some sort of scripts. Someone wrote a script to kind of export it from WordPress into the Jekyll format. Um, so then I went to build the site, and it had, I don't know, maybe 200 posts in it, and it took 5 minutes. And I thought, this is unreal. Like, how can you? This is way, it's like compiling a program just to build your website, like a big C++ program, like 5 minutes. And so I was playing around with theming, and CSS at the time was kind of evolving into CSS3, and so I was trying to like really understand that better. So I was trying to play with the different techniques. I'd make changes to some templates, and then I'd render to see the result of that 5 minutes later. I thought, this is ridiculous. So I'm like searching. I was like, this is popular. Someone's got to solve this. And talking to people, and they're like, oh, we just wrote a rake script that removes all of your posts but one, and then renders it. And then it's like, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. I'm like, well, that's absurd. Like, why would I want to take everything out? And so that led to the realization that what I needed didn't exist yet. What I thought I needed didn't exist. And at the same time, I was looking for a project to learn Go with. And so I thought, well, I wonder if this is the project.
And what, what was, did you have any experience with Go at the time?
No, I had, at the same time, I guess, kind of in parallel, this is back when I was at MongoDB. So my job there was leading the developer experience, which included integrations with things like Storm and Spark and Azure, and also included all of the client libraries, or we called them drivers, but people nowadays more call them client libraries, to integrate with every single programming language. And that was a real challenge because every language is very different with different idioms and even different architecture. We handled multi-threaded languages, very different than how you'd handle single-threaded languages. And so, part of that was getting to know these languages, hiring experts in each of them, which we had a fantastic team at MongoDB. And the two, so I think we had, if I remember right, 12 languages that we were working with, or 10. And there was two more that were kind of up and coming that we decided to add, and it was Scala and Go. And I spent a few months trying to learn each of them. And I took Martin's class on Scala, which I thought was fantastic. And then after that, I started playing with Go. And so we were exploring a driver with that, and I started playing with it. But that was all in parallel to Hugo. So those really happened at the same time.
Got it. And that while you were building Hugo while you were learning Go, did you have to go back and rewrite a lot of that original source code?
People did. I don't know that I rewrote much of it. The nice thing about open source is, with lots of contributions, a lot of the code gets improved. I would say a lot of it, it certainly had warts. I'll also say at the time, Go was very new. And there was a lot of everyone figuring it, including the Go team.
Yeah.
I remember Rob Pike, if you're not familiar, one of the three founders of Go, saying, around the same time that this was happening, is that we've now designed the language. Now it's time for us to learn how to use it and us to really learn what Go is. And they did. They spent the next 5 years learning what Go is and how it really works. And so I think there was a lot of learning at the time broadly. At the time, there was very few libraries that existed for Go, which is why I wrote so many of them, because I wanted things to work a certain way. And I would love to have libraries had already existed, but they didn't yet. And it would have been, there was not a lot of documentation. Most of what I learned from reading the standard library. So, I think there were definitely warts, but part of it were kind of communal warts that we all had as we were learning how to write Go better. So my timing was kind of the same as the Go community. Like we all kind of learned together. Um,
And it must have been one
and
of
yeah,
the first big Go projects, or a well known one at the time.
it was. I think it and Docker and Kubernetes were like the three big ones
Mm.
early on, and still actually three of the
Mm-hmm.
biggest open source projects in Go.
Mm.
So yeah, it was one of the earliest projects.
At that early stage, what was your ambition for Hugo? Was it simply a project to learn Go, or did you see it taking on Jekyll at the time?
So I thought my ambition was not to take on Jekyll. My ambition was much smaller. My ambition was, look, if I can build a project that powers my blog, I'll be pretty happy
Mm.
if I can do that. If it can help other people, I'll be ecstatic. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine it taking off. Although there was a certain point in the development where I realized I think there's something here.
Mm.
But it wasn't, certainly wasn't at the outset. And it kind of took on a life of its own a few months into the project where it became apparent, like, well, this is pretty capable. This can do a lot more than just power Steve's blog.
Mm.
And I, at MongoDB and at Docker, I both led our documentation teams, and I was familiar with some of the problems we had with documentation and or the challenges we had with documentation of the systems then. And I, part of that was in the back of my mind too. Is that this is powerful enough. It could not just power a blog. It could power, a few thousand page documentation site. And it has gone on to do that. So, there was a lot of kind of random experiences from across the internet that all went into Hugo dating back to the early 90s.
Yeah, I mean, Hugo seems to be the tool of choice for technical writers. If it's not a documentation specific static site generator, it's almost certainly Hugo, probably with the Doxy theme. That's got a life of its own as well.
Yeah.
Which is really cool to see play out. Where did the name Hugo come from?
It's a great question. I don't have a concrete answer, although I'd like to give you one. I honestly, for all of my projects, I know naming is a really important thing for adoption. So I spent a long time actually thinking about the name for this website platform, and there was a lot of different ideas floating around, kind of like naming your children, right? There was just like a lot of different, I had lists of different things that I was thinking on, and one of the names was Hugo, and part for me is the author of Les Mis is Victor Hugo, and I was thinking of a literary theme. I'm also a huge Batman fan, so Victor Hugo is another theme there, and I just kept coming back to it. So those were two of the inspirations for it, but it just kind of kept feeling right. It was like short and somewhat descriptive, and it kind of felt literary and old a bit, but also fresh. It just kind of felt right, and it was frankly way better than any of the other names I came up with. So yeah, that's kind of the genesis of it. It just kind of felt right.
Mm. I personally very appreciate the name highly. When I talk, especially with the New Zealand accent, when I say Jekyll, no one understands me. Hugo's hard to mess up. So what was the response when you first announced and launched Hugo?
It was actually pretty small at the beginning. It really grew very organically over time. By the time I launched it, I was already using it and developing it for several months before I put it as open source. Frankly, my first Go project, a little sheepish to get it out there. But once I pushed it to the public, I realized there was something here, and the fact that it could build things so quickly, I thought was a huge advantage it had over other things at the time. So I thought it was pretty meaningful. but the initial reception was quiet. Like, I don't think people realized yet the value of that. A lot of people were a lot of static site generator users were so used to spending minutes to generate things that they didn't see the advantage of really short build times. But over the next probably 12 months, people started seeing that advantage, and that small loop time and the easy installation, I think, was another thing that really started moving people forward to it. And then as we started rounding out our feature set, it became more appealing to people. They had less of a reason to not try it. And so it, really over the first year, it really kind of very slowly picked up speed. And then we saw, really it took off after that. It really started increasing really quickly, and it was kind of fun to watch how its growth passed all of those static site generators that existed before it. And then there was it and Jekyll that were the top two for a while, and it eventually passed Jekyll, and that was a huge milestone for the project.
I want to drill into that question in a little bit, but first I want to ask those early users, who were they and what were they using Hugo for?
It's a good question. Frankly, I don't know who most of them were. Right? It's open source. Anyone could download it. No one registered to do it. But I can say some of the more ones that I first came across my purview and I thought were pretty interesting. One of them was vote.gov, U.S. government website that was viewed by, I don't know, hundreds of millions of people. Maybe it was a really big website, very material website. I know who the early contributors were. Of course, you can look in our Git logs and see who are the early contributors too. And I don't want to name names for sake of missing an influential person, but I think there was a good number of people that were like me, looking to use it for their personal blog, and and interested in contributing. And then we started to see some really interesting things that, because of Hugo's power and speed, you could do things with it that you could never do with a static site generator before. And so I remember one person, they put in the issue tracker in the forum, they talk about, I'm having trouble. I'm trying to generate, something like 100,000 pages. And we were like, and they were like hitting some edge cases because we never thought, 100,000 pages, something like that. But they were doing some e-commerce type thing, and just generating an enormous amount of pages. And so we started experimenting how to improve it to be able to handle bigger workloads like that. And of course that led to improvements across everything. But it was really interesting to see how all the different companies that, many of which I was fans of their products, and now they're using Hugo, and for years, and I still do this now, I'll email Bjorn whenever a new one comes across my, and with my role in the Go team, sometimes that happens more often. I'll email, oh, this new site came up online. It's using Hugo. Isn't that exciting? And, from major corporations to like really cool projects, it's just, I remember lots of like Linux related projects started using it for their documentation. And man, it came like full circle for me, because I started in the early 90s with, FreeBSD and Linux, and here it comes full circle that they're now using something that I created. It just felt pretty great.
Yeah, that's amazing. Do you remember with all of those use cases? Let's drill into the 100,000 page edge cases. Like where was Hugo falling over? I'm just curious. Was it like memory management or?
Oh, you're testing my memory too much on that one. This is probably like 7-8 years ago that we were doing that. And actually Bjorn handled most of that, so he'd be the better person to ask. Hopefully next time you have this conference, you can participate. I can definitely speak better to the beginnings of Hugo, as I was there from, day one. But he can certainly speak better to the currents of Hugo, and he's been driving the project for years. So
Got it. I'll leave that one for Bjorn. So let's talk about that. How did Bjorn come into the project?
um, honestly, it's pretty miraculous. He took in, so with open source, you're always hoping for the right contributors to come. You know, someone that really takes an interest in the project, wants to take it in a similar direction to where you're taking it, and invest the time and effort to learning it.
Hmm.
And we were fortunate to have a handful of those with this project. But when Bjorn got involved, it was clear he brought a lot of expertise, not with Go, but with programming.
Hmm.
He actually, I think, learned Go on Hugo, same as I did. But he had a lot of very deep in the stack experience, and brought a lot of that to Hugo. So a lot of performance. He really started at the beginning on performance things.
Hmm.
He and then as he got more and more involved, he kept giving more and more patches. And a long time ago, I realized that I was hindering the progression of my projects by keeping too kind of tight of a grip on them. And so I was at this time, I was like trying to experiment to saying, like, anyone who asks to get involved, anyone who asks for like committer rights, I'm just going to give it to them and see what happens. And I'm not sure that's the right approach, but it worked. It worked on this. It worked on Cobra. And the kind of theory is when people want to get involved, they're usually willing to put the effort in to learn to do the right things. And that's turned out to be largely true. And so, it worked really well. And he just kind of, he showed up and just kept contributing more and more meaningful things. And eventually it was very clear that he was spending more time on Hugo than I was. And around that same time, I was joining the Go team and was nowhere near going to be able to have the same amount of time to put onto it that he was, and he wanted to. And so it was really natural to hand it over. It wasn't like even a strong handover. It was more like he just kept doing more and more, and I kept doing less and less. And eventually it became clear that, he should own it in terms of the direction and everything. And so he just kept doing that. And he's not a shy person either, so he was fine with stepping into that role. And then I helped him with a lot of the, like I helped him get sponsorship for the project and try and ensure its longevity. But he's been driving the technical direction now for, I don't know, at least 5 years, and doing a great job with that.
It certainly is. Yeah, agreed. What were, when you released Hugo, what was the most kind of surprising feature requests or things that you hadn't thought of in those early days?
I'll answer a different question. Honestly, I don't remember a surprising feature request, but I do remember delightful. I'll change the term a little bit. Delightful pull request that came in, and it was back in my background from working with technical writing systems, I came to understand the need for good multilingual internationalization support, and I also knew that I did not know enough to do that. So it was something that I had wanted to do from the very beginning, but I knew it was a tremendous amount of work that required a lot of experience from someone that was multilingual and multicultural. And we got just one day, someone came up and issued this pull request to give multilingual support pretty early into the days of Hugo. And it was great. Like it worked really well. And this was in the days when Bjorn was getting more and more involved, and he's multilingual as well. And so him being around to be able to validate and improve it too is just, lots of luck with that. But frankly, I think it's one of our strongest features. Yeah. The ability to support that natively, and in a really pretty seamless way. And we took inspiration from others that had tread down that path before, but I love the approach that Hugo takes there. And it's unlocked lots of doors for documentation sites and other websites. A lot of companies are using it specifically because of that support.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the first SSG to really bake that in and not to be some sort of extension afterthought.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hugo's structure in general is quite different from certainly any SSG at the time. What made you, I feel like it really puts an emphasis on separating content from structure. Was that a strong philosophy that you had from the start, and where did that come from?
Yes, it was a very strong philosophy from the start. And, the inspiration came from a lot of places. Some from the super site that I built, decades ago, some from Drupal. I think Drupal's approach to the way they layer in things. So like Hugo has a great thing where you can kind of overload theme templates with your own layout ones. The inspiration for that came right from Drupal. Drupal does something very similar to that. Yeah, there was lots of inspiration kind of from different places, and so I don't know how many original ideas there are in Hugo, but and then part of it was just trying to build something that felt right for the paradigm. And so it's kind of like mixing in ideas that had happened before, and then trying to make it as smooth as possible. This is something I actually don't think anyone knows, but when I built Hugo, I actually started with the command line first, and I by that I mean, like I started prototyping what Hugo, build would do, or whatever it is. Like Hugo knew, I started building out that step first. I actually went from the user experience backwards, and then built it up, and that's one of the reasons I built Cobra, is because I already knew what I wanted the user experience to feel like, and nothing did it at the time. And so I was like, all right, well, sounds like it's time to build a framework that supports this exact way of doing things. And so a lot of this was kind of working backwards from the experience that I thought needed to happen, and then building whatever tooling needed to be to support that experience.
And you mentioned taking that separation of content from Drupal. Was there any other ideas from the static site generators that existed that you thought were really strong and brought that into Hugo purposely?
At this point, honestly, I can't remember the exact things, but I remember there was, I played with Pelican, Jekyll. There was certainly inspiration from a lot of them out there. There's Sphinx was a documentation engine that took some inspiration from that. There was a lot. I spent a good amount of time studying the things that, first I had a lot of experience with them, a lot before I came in, and then spent time studying the ones I didn't have a lot of experience with and trying to learn from them. And, but I couldn't tell you exactly which features came from which place, but I certainly all the ones I mentioned and many more were served as inspiration points.
Yeah, that's asking questions from many years ago. So in the late 90s, the web moves more and more dynamic. Everyone starts using WordPress and Drupal and these dynamic systems. And it feels like at one point in the late 2000s, everyone remembers about static again. And if you look at maybe the past 10 years as well, it feels like we're going on the same journey. Like, what do you think contributes to this flip-flopping between static dynamic?
So it's a good question. I actually think, so initially the web was all static, right? Like that's all there was. And that there was a definitive need for dynamic content as people wanted to build things that were personalized. And e-commerce, I think, drove a lot of that, right? E-commerce really needed some personalization, at least to some of the pages. It was important to show if something was in stock or out of stock. And of course, shopping carts needed to be dynamically done. And so, there was a need to have dynamic content. And social media kind of took off with MySpace and others, and there was a need for dynamic content as part of that too. And then there became a realization that we kind of overcorrected, and we were using dynamic engines for static content, and it wasn't a good fit. And so, because it turned out that not all content was dynamic, right? And so the pendulum just swung too far to that extreme, and so as it kind of righted itself a bit. I think with the resurgence that happened around the time of Jekyll and Hugo, though, it wasn't. I don't think we overcompensated there. It's not like they displaced WordPress. Still, what is it? Something over 40% of the internet, something like that, is running on WordPress. So clearly, there's still a strong pull towards dynamic engines, but it was the recognition that that's not the right tool for every job, and so we kind of had a resurgence with the recognition that can be a better tool for this job with alternatives. And lately we're seeing even more alternatives. I think things like Next.js, which is a bit of a hybrid. It's really, I wouldn't, sometimes people loop it in with static site engines, but it's not. It's not a static site engine. It's a dynamic engine and a static site engine. It's a hybrid. And I think it's the next evolution that realizes that, sometimes you're going to have a mix of the two things. And, I think there's a lot of power to that too. It's just a new style of tool for a new need that emerges. And I've seen, since it's a Hugo conference, and I've seen people build, one of the nice things about Go is it ships with its own web server. And one of the things I've seen lots of companies do is they either put Caddy or just their own Go server in front of Hugo. They still serve the content that Hugo presents, and they kind of build their own hybrid engine in the same vein as what Next.js does, but letting Hugo run the static side. And I think there's a lot of power to that too. So I think there's, as time continues, we're going to see more and more solutions emerge to attach to specific use cases that people have. But I'm excited to see how it's all going, and I'm excited to see how serverless and the edge caching and everything are going to fit into this too.
And how do you think that Hugo stays relevant, or does it need to stay relevant against all these new frameworks that are coming out?
I think so. One of the nice things about an open source project like this is it has taken on a life of its own. Our users take it to new places that neither I nor Bjorn would ever dream it would go. And I think that's how it stays relevant. It's things like this conference ensure its relevancy. Things like I was looking at all the new ideas and the new CMS front ends and different things that are coming out around Hugo. These are all things that will keep it relevant. But I think as long as Hugo has, Hugo occupies a pretty distinct place within this spectrum of things. And as long as that matches a need that users have, and I can't imagine it won't, then I think Hugo will continue to stay relevant. And I'm excited to see all the different directions people are going to take it and which ones are going to get traction. And but it's really exciting every time. I wish I vlogged more often than I do, but it feels like every time I write a new blog post, there's new toys and features and different things to play with. So it's exciting.
We're almost out of time. I could ask you questions all day, but I want to finish off with two last questions. Something you referenced earlier is that Hugo, the GitHub stars, the trajectory has been amazing, and it's been passing all the other SSGs and recently passed Jekyll. Why do you think that is? What's happening? What's so special about Hugo that it's able to do that?
So I think GitHub stars is a nice vanity metric, right? It's something everyone can see, but also is it's pretty cheap, right? Like just because someone starts something doesn't actually have any meaning to it, really.
Yeah.
So I think it's neat to see that, and it's an easy measurement to look at. And of course, it's been fantastic to see sites running Hugo. And with that, that's also taken off in a similar vein, to the point where it's the most popular site generator out there, and has been for several years now. And I think the reason for this is that Hugo, pretty much everything you can do with the other static site generators, you could also do in Hugo. But there's a lot of things that you can only do in Hugo. Right? And there's a lot of use cases because of some of our unique feature sets of being able to do multilingual natively, being able to, build such a huge thing. Our data layers, the way that you can, in a large sense, you can almost use Hugo as kind of as a dynamic engine with caching, in that it has these great data bindings that can request dynamic content and then build static cached versions of that dynamic content. And because Hugo's so fast to build, it can do that, every few minutes, and it'll feel relatively fresh. So there's a lot of things that you can do in Hugo that you couldn't dream of doing with any of the other static site engines. And so I think that's a big part of it, is people, there's a large set of use cases that could never have considered static site engines before, and can now, thanks to Hugo. And Hugo unlocking those has really propelled its popularity. And of course, there's a bit of a momentum effect that happens, that if you're using it for this more complicated thing, it's also nice to use it for this simple thing that, Jackal or Pelican or whatever would have worked fine for. But now that Hugo's got the momentum, it becomes more of the default.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, last question. Do you have any message for the Hugo community?
Yes, I am blown away that there is a Hugo community. I'm so glad that you're here and part of this. It's really, it's very heartwarming to see the success that Hugo's taken off on, and the effort that all of you put into it, and how your enthusiasm around it. It's just, it's really mind blowing that it's taken on this life of its own, and I'm just incredibly grateful for all of you and for what you've done.
Great way to end it. Thank you so much for joining us today, Steve.
Thank you.
That was a great conversation. I learned a lot. Okay, we're going to be back in 15 minutes. Take a quick break, and we'll be back with our first workshop. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to HugoConf. We're on day 2 of HugoConf, and today is workshop day. So I'm really pleased to introduce Hymantika. She's currently working as a developer advocate at Appright. Her love for tech and communities dates back to her college days, and she owes most of her learnings to the community and aims to help more people in tech with the motto, technology for everyone. Today she's doing a workshop on build an open source blogging platform with Appright and Hugo. All right, over to you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Mike, for the wonderful description that you just gave. I'm very excited to speak here. And as you have mentioned, today we'll be talking about how to build an open source blogging platform. And since this is a workshop content, and this is also my first where I'll be live coding. So if you see me getting stuck or my eyes getting big, know that it's the demo god. And if it doesn't work right now on the stream, this works on my machine and it will also work on your machine. So if there is any problem at the end of the stream, feel free to reach out to me. But I guess that I'll just start by sharing my presentation. It will be less of talk and more of work. And let's get started. So I'll be sharing my screen.
One thing I'll just add is if anyone has any questions, I'm going to be fielding them. Yeah, keep the chat going, and I'll pass on any comments.
Thanks, Mike. So hi, everyone. Welcome all of you to the second day of the Hugo conference. And I think today is an all workshop day. And in my talk, we'll be seeing how to build an open source blogging platform with Appright and Hugo. And before we talk about what is Appright, what we are going to build, the prerequisites, I'll just give you a bit of more introduction about myself. So again, I am a developer advocate at Appright, and previously I used to work at Microsoft supporting the Outlook and Exchange terminologies. And when it's about me, I like to write code, build content, and also build, learn, and share with the community. So it's my passion, and currently it's my job as well. And I'm also a very avid listener. I love people. I love talking to people, be it tech, be it career, be it anything at all. I'm always a text away. That being said, I'm very active on social media, with Twitter being my first priority every time. And also, as you can see, that I'm speaking on a conference, so that is something that I do, and I love doing that. I love teaching, I love interacting with people, so you'll mostly find me speaking. If not speaking, I'm either writing a blog, or you'll find me just active on any other social media. So that is all about me, and I hope you enjoy today's workshop where we'll be building some cool stuff. Moving forward, so this is our table of content for the day. First is we'll go through what are we building. That being said, it means that I'll just be briefing you about what is the agenda for the day, what is it that we are building. Next, we'll go forward with the prerequisites, so that after this workshop, when you're probably trying to build it on your own, you have all of these installed on your machine, and that way you'll be ready to go and start. Next, since we will be building with Appright and Hugo, and since this is the second day of the Hugo conference, I am pretty sure that you already know what Hugo is, but Appright may be something that you're listening for the first time, or you have heard but have not much idea about Appright. So I'll be giving you a bit of introduction to Appright, and then we'll go right into the demo. And lastly, I love to end my slides with a bit of homework and with resources as well. So that's how we'll end. And before we move forward to what we are building and more on the demo and the tech part, I would say that this is a very beginner friendly workshop. So, and it's curated in a way that if you are a beginner in technology or coding, or if you're somebody who comes from a non-technical background and wants to get started with tech, this is your content, or this is made for you. That, which means it's a level 100 content. So yeah, are you excited? Let me know. And also let me know in the comment section, probably if you know about Appright, or if you have an idea about what I'm going to build. And yeah, let's move to our next slide. So this is what we are building. I had a very big title that told you that we are building a blogging platform. And with this example, I'll be showing you that will be how to build a blogging platform, and it will not take more than a few minutes, unless the demo got backfire on me. And we'll also not be using too much of code because, as you know, that Hugo is there and is super friendly with Markdown files, and with Upright, it will help us with the backend, and we have some SDKs and other APIs and many things that are already there for us. We just need to use them and bring it all together. And the example will be of a blogging platform, but you can use this and use your creativity and build something of your own, maybe a portfolio, maybe a photography site, anything that you like, or maybe a hobby site, anything that you want to build. So yeah, I'll just be briefing you about the goals. First goal is to install Hugo and to install AppWrite as well. And then after these two are done, like our two solutions or platforms that we'll be using are installed, the second criteria is to choose a template from Hugo. Hugo has some amazing templates, so just go there and choose one for yourself. And then we'll be using some SDKs from AppWrite. And finally, we'll be bringing all of them together to build a platform for ourselves. If you're excited, let me know. Next, here are some of the prerequisites that we need before getting started. First is to install Hugo. Next, we need to have Docker, because with Docker, we'll be installing AppWrite. Don't worry about how easy or difficult it is. It just takes one single command and you will be up and running in just few minutes, 1 to 2 minutes max. And then lastly, an IDE of your choice. For me, it's VS Code, and for you, it can be anything else. Or if you want, you can, build your own IDE, anything that you really like. Next, so here comes the interesting part. We'll be talking about AppWrite and what is AppWrite. So, like I mentioned, AppWrite will be handling the backend for us. So, if you have guessed it, you have guessed it correctly that it is a backend as a service solution, and it is self-hosted. So it provides us with all the core APIs that are required to build any application. All that you need to do is whenever you're building a project, you need to take care of the front end, and the back end can be handled by AppWrite. And you can easily use this for your projects, for hackathons. It's a very friendly tool. Or even if you're building a solution for your company, anything at all. And some of the services that are provided by AppWrite is databases, because we will be working with databases in the next few minutes. And of course, it also has authentication and users. And to mention that currently we are supporting 32 OAuth providers. So anything that comes to your mind or anything that you want to make a connection with, we probably have it already. If not, it's an open source project. You are free to go and make your contributions. Then we have storage. We have AWS, we have Backblaze, and many more. Then we have functions, and recently we are also supporting some cloud functions. We also have a console, we have phone authentication, and many more features. Anything that you think of, we probably have it already, or we are trying to build that for you. And if you want to see where is AppWrite, just type appwrite.io. Next, we'll dive. That was all the content where I was speaking, and this is time that you use to type something. And maybe put your glasses on. If you don't have glasses, use something to shed the blue light filter out of your eyes and get started coding. So I'll go back to my browser, and here are few options that I have already opened. First is a quick start tutorial of Hugo. Then we have the themes of Hugo, and then there is an AppWrite console. And then lastly, we have appwrite.io. And I'll just show you how to install Hugo quickly, because I'm on a Windows machine, and also show you how you can do that easily. But for AppWrite, I already have it installed, and I'll cut the part of installing and having my Docker up and running, because it's already doing that. So for installing, you just need to go to appright.io and you click on get started. So if you are on a Windows machine, you can probably copy this partial command and just click on run, and in 1 to 2 minutes it will be there for you. If not, you can use single click installations using Gitbot and DigitalOcean. So this way you'll be having Appright on your desktop. Now our second task is to install Hugo. So I'll just open VS Code, which is my ID of choice. I'll spin up a new window and I'll open a new folder. So I'll go here, open a new folder. I like to keep my desktop clean, but for now I have my folder here on my desktop and I'll call it demo. Yeah, so that is it. This is an empty folder that I have with me right now. I'll open up the terminal, and like I mentioned that I'm on a Windows machine. So to install Hugo, I'll be using a package manager called Scoop. To install Scoop, you can go to scoop.sh and have it installed on your machine. And to install Hugo, all that you need to do is run a simple command, scoop install Hugo. I already have Hugo in my machine, so it will show me that it's already there. Go and update, and it is the recent version of Hugo that I have, so I don't need to update that. Next that I need to do is, I mentioned to you that I'll be using the quick start tutorial that I just showed in my browser. So it has few Hugo commands that we'll be running, and using that you'll see that we'll have a demo site up and running in just a few minutes. So the first command that we need to type out is Hugo new site quick start. And when we do this, we see that we already have a folder named quick start, and there are some other folders within it, that is archetypes, content, data, layouts, and all of these. And now the next task that you have to do is you need to choose a theme for yourself. So I'll go back to my browser, and so here are themes for you. You can go to themes.gohugo.io. Anything that you like, you can go to your blog, or if you like minimal ones. I really like minimal themes, and for that I have already chosen one that is called Nielo. I'll show you that right here. This is how the Nielo theme looks. All that you need to do is go and download. This will open up in a GitHub repository, so you can clone it from there, or we can use another shortcut, and we can do git submodule. So I'll go back to my code, and here we'll cd into our quick start folder, because we want the themes to be added in under the themes folder. And then I'll initiate a repository with the git init command. So far we have used only 3 or 4 commands. That is, first one was to have the quick start tutorial within us. The second one is the git init, and the cd where we just went into our quick start folder. So we have our git init here. Now our next task is to add the theme. So I'll go here. I'll use my notepad here, and I already have a command copied that is to add our theme for the day, that is Nielo. So I add here, and it says that git submodule add. So here it shows a theme called Ananke. This is something that I was using previously, but for this particular example, I'll be using Nielo, and I type in NIELO, and I click on enter. So it is cloning into it, and it shows a problem.
It might not be, I don't know if it's from the new dynamic.
Sorry?
Yeah. I'm not sure if the new dynamic, if it's in their GitHub account, that theme. Let's see.
Yeah, I guess it is here right now.
That's what you want.
Right. So to here, and I'll just omit the part and I'll just paste this one here, and I think we are good. Okay, yeah, we are. So it is cloning our theme, and I have used some module because it is not bringing any changes, and any updates that we have within the theme, it will be automatically shown within your blogging site or whatever you're building with Hugo. So yeah, when you go here under themes, you see that Neolo is already here. The next step that you have to do is go to your config.2ml file, and here you can do it manually or you can run a command. And the next thing that you have to do is add theme equals to Neolo. That is it. Now this is done. Our next task is to add some content under this content folder. So for that, we use a command Hugo new posts and maybe my first .md. So I do that, and you see that I have something created under my content folder, and it's here. So it has a title, a date, and the draft equals to true. We want it to show up on our blogging platform. So I'll change the draft here equals to false. Or if you want, you can just delete the draft part. And maybe I'll write something like, hi, welcome. And right now that is it. What I'll do is to see if this is working perfectly. I'll just type in the command Hugo server -t and enter, and it says that my site should be here. So you can see that how quickly we had our site built with Hugo, and it has the content here. So when I click on my first, you can change the name of the title again from the MD file, and it shows hi, welcome. So we go back, and now what we want to do is we want this content to be saved in AppWrite, and AppWrite to and while we are building this site, we want Hugo to fetch that content from AppWrite. And you may ask that why are we doing it when we can have a markdown file already created and do it manually? So that is a part of your homework that will come up in the next steps. Once it's there on localhost, you can host it somewhere else, and you can create a GitHub repository of it. And you might every article that you write, you might want to keep it updated to your blogging platform with a single commit or maybe a issue request. So that is where, to automate the stuff, AppWrite comes to your help. And for that, we'll go back to our browser, and then we'll come here to the AppWrite console. So we are here. So if you have AppWrite already installed and you click on localhost/console, your console will look something like this. Currently, I already have a project. If you are a beginner with AppWrite, you'll have no project here. So we go ahead and click on create project, and I give it a name, maybe Hugo blog, and I click on create. So it is creating a new project for me, and my new project is ready. So as you can see that it provides us with database options, storage options, users, functions, there are webhooks, and there are many other options to try from. But for this particular example, we'll be using database. So we go to database, and I want to add a database here because this database is will contain my content of the blog, and then it will be building this content into a markdown file when I run the command Hugo server -t. So I go here, add a database, and maybe give it a cliche name test, because this is the first thing that comes to my mind when I'm building something for the demo. And I click on create. So our database is built from scratch. And if you go here to the settings, you'll see that we have a database ID. This is something that we will be requiring in the next few steps. We go back to our collections, and we need to create a collection because within our collection, a document will be available. So I go there, click on create a collection, give it a name, maybe articles, because it will contain the content to my articles. So I name it set articles. And this again, it gives us the collection ID, and previously we saw the database ID. So for us to fetch something from the database, we will be needing both the database ID and the collection ID. We keep it copied somewhere, or we just come back to the console and select it from there. And you see that there are two types of permission, the first one being the collection level, the second one being the document level. And we select the document level because our motto is to fetch the documents that are there within AppWrite. And if you see that it gives us granular access over every document, and the collection level requires special permission for you to access the document. So I go to document level and click on update. And my updation is done successfully. I go back to my documents, and here I need to create an attribute. So for any blog, there are, I guess, two main attributes. The first one is the title, that goes the title of your blog. And the second one is the body of the blog. So we go ahead and add two attributes, and it's all string in nature. So we give it a name, the first one being title. Size can be anything. I'll keep it to 255. And then I click on create. So my first attribute is here, and my second attribute is body. So I click on body. It's 255 is there by default. And I click on create. So currently, when I go back to home, my Hugo blog, which is my project within AppWrite, currently it has a database. It's named as test. It has a collection within it, that is articles, and articles have two two attributes, that is a title and a body. And currently it has no document. We'll add a document after we write some JavaScript code. So now comes the coding part, and though it might sound as typical coding, but we'll actually be doing a bit of cheating by going to AppWrite docs, okay, and using the SDKs that it already have. So I go here to documentations, and I scroll down here. There is database, okay, and I scroll down further, and now there is a list documents that I have. So there are many different types of methods that we have. We can create a document, we can list a document, get a document, update or delete, basically the crude options that we do. And for this particular example, we'll be using list document because I want, I want Hugo to build from the documents that I have here. So it needs to get the list of all the documents that I have within my AppWrite database. All that you can do is simply click on copy. And if you see the code here, what it is doing, so it has a client, it has database, and the database ID, if you remember, while we are creating the database, I showed you two different parameters, and one of them was the database ID, and the second one was the collection ID. So this web SDK will help me make connection to my AppWrite database. But before that, we need to have some connection make to my AppWrite project. So for that, you see it has two different parameters, and one is the endpoint and the other one is the project. So we go back again to our AppWrite console. We go here to the settings, and we see that our project ID and API endpoint is here. Now we go back to the code, and to save some time and also to save myself from the demo gods, I already have the code here, which I'll do a bit of copy and paste. And before that, what I'll do is I'll stop the server, basically the blogging platform that was running in background, the one that we built from the quick start tutorial, and I'll go back to my root directory. And what I'll do is I'll install AppWrite. And I'll wait for the node modules to be installed. And like you can see, it's here. There's a package.json. There is other files already here for me. And then what we do is we create another file and oops, it's not under quick start, it should be under our main directory, that is the demo folder. Yeah, it's there. I give it a name, maybe fetch arg, which means fetching the arguments.js. And I have a new JavaScript file here. I copy the code and paste it here, but I'll be explaining you what we are doing from start to end. So if you remember, the web SDK code that I showed you will be using exactly that, and we'll be using a few more lines to make the content from our app right into a markdown file. So if you see, we simply copy it here. It has it is importing the client and the databases from AppWrite, and then it has two constants. One is a client, another is the database. The database has the database ID, and then we are also setting the endpoint in the project, and then we are listing the documents that we have there. And what we'll do is, once if you see, that is exactly what I have done here, and it's still here, we'll be listing it, but my next task will be to convert the data that we have into the readme file. So first what I'll do is I'll go line by line for it to be easier. This one here should be our collection ID. I'll go back here, and if you sorry, it should be a database ID. If you see here, it is a database ID. Now I go to AppWrite settings, I go back to my databases, and I click on my database, which is test. I go here to the settings, I copy the database ID. Oops. Yeah. I copy and paste it here. I make sure you're saving every time you're making any change. Next, our task is to copy the endpoint. The endpoint is typically the same. And the next task is to copy our project ID. So I'll go back to my console, I'll come here to my settings, and you see my project ID is here. And like I mentioned, the endpoint is typically the same as localhost/v1. If you want, you can go ahead and add a custom endpoint for yourself. Now we go back to your file and we come here and we do this. And the next task, we have already copied our database ID. And for the next part, what to list the documents, we'll be needing the collection ID. So I go in here, I go back to my databases, I go back to my database collection is right here. And then I go to the settings here, and from here, I copy the collection ID. Yep. And I pretty much paste it here. So far, all that we did was to import our client and databases from AppWrite. To given to make a connection with AppWrite, we needed the endpoint and the project ID, and to fetch the database and the collection, we needed two different parameters. One was the database ID, and the other one was the client ID, right? And then it is returning us the response. And what I want to do is the response that is returning, we want to catch it and make it into a markdown file. So what you see right here must be very similar to what we saw in our markdown file right here. So if we go in here, we see that there's a triple dash, there's a title, there's a date, draft. Draft is an optional parameter. If you want, you can omit it, but it will still work the same. And then we have some content there. So we go back to our JavaScript file and we see that it has the title, it has the data, and then the body, we enclose it on the description. So that is pretty much it. The response that we are receiving from AppWrite is being converted to Markdown in these 3 lines. And next we run a for loop so that it basically converts all the data that we have in AppWrite, and then it needs to be added to a path. And the path right here is under quick start, content, and posts. So if you remember, we have a quick start file, and then we have this content folder. Within that, there is post, and within under this, we have our markdown files. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all that you need to write in here. And now what we'll do is we'll do some npm I to make sure that if there are any packages that is needed to be installed, it is being installed. Yep, that is pretty much it. Now we go back to our app, right? And we go back to our documents here, and we need to add a document right now. So maybe we write something like, this is a test, and then we write this document, and we click on create. Now we go back here, oops, and yeah, it's there. And the next thing that we need to do is run Hugo server -d just to see if it's running. And we come back here and we see that this is the test block is here. And that is basically what it did right now. That is all. So whatever we wrote here, it comes in within our blogging platform. And the other things that you see here is basically something that I was trying to make sure nothing goes wrong. So now that is very much it. That was all of the demo. What we did from start to the end was to install Hugo themes, to install Hugo, and we to save some time, we used the quick start tutorial that Hugo has it. And the next thing that we did was after AppWrite is installed, we created a new project, we created a database collection, and we used this web SDK that it has. We added the different parameters like the endpoint, the database ID, the collection ID. And then what we did was, once we were having all of this data, we converted into our markdown. And then finally, when we ran a server yet again, it came up to our site. So yeah, that was all of the demo, and I'll go and present my screen once again. If you liked it and if you think that this is something that you want to try, these are a few of the resources that I have listed for you. The first one being the Hugo documentation, which is super easy to follow and very effective. The next one is apprite.io. Basically, everything that I was showing you, the documentations comes from there. And if you feel that Apprite is a cool project, feel free to join us on the Discord channel at apprite.io/Discord. And you can also find us on GitHub, since Apprite is an open source project, and it's by github.com/apprite/apprite. So yeah, that's all from my end. I really hope you have enjoyed this small tutorial. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hamantika. Yeah, that was great, and a great demonstration of how you can pull in and populate data onto a Hugo site. It was really interesting. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about AppWrite. So I saw that you were running it locally.
Yeah.
How would you get that set up to production?
So was it for AppWrite, or did you mean for the my blogging platform?
Let's say AppWrite, and then we'll say blogging platform. So both.
Okay. Yeah, so we have a different set of instructions for AppWrite in production, and there is some documents for this. So if it's a question, I can definitely send the documentation link here. And for Hugo to be in the production, you can host it anywhere. You can use Netlify, or you can also use GitHub. I would prefer GitHub because while I was mentioning to have some automation within it, I would have it hosted on GitHub pages, and then probably I would create an issue and issue of my new article, and it will be fetching the data from AppWrite, converting it into the markdown, and having it into my blogging platform.
Got
So
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
that is it.
Got it. Got it. And so in that case, I would host AppWrite. I think you mentioned at the start on DigitalOcean, AWS, something like that.
And Gitpod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gitpod. Interesting. And then my Hugo site I can just deploy anywhere, and it just needs to run that script, and it will pull in the data from the database.
Exactly.
Cool. Yeah. Really cool. What else is AppWrite capable of? We saw a database set up there. What else can it do?
Yeah, it also has different storage capabilities. So there is Backblaze, like I mentioned, then there is AWS, and you can, there are some more storage facilities that we are adding. And recently it also has phone authentication. So you can use Twilio, I think, which is a very popular tool. And it also has functions. It has new cloud functions to it. And AppWrite is heavily used by Flutter developers and mostly mobile developers. So if somebody is thinking to do something that way, I think it can be done as well. And I've also seen some cool submissions on building games with AppWrite. Though personally, I haven't tried that yet, but it's definitely an interesting platform to start. And then there is authentication, there is users, the console I just showed. I also mentioned about functions along with the cloud functions. And when it comes to auth and users, I would say that AppWrite, it has a lot of OAuth providers, and it's 32 at the moment, with two more peers which are almost there to be merged. And the list is expanding, and with every release that we have, it just keeps on increasing. And we have some new plans in future, with the cloud release being the major one of them. And that being said, so if you go to the apprite.io page, if you scroll to the bottom, you have an option to sign up for free cloud credits. So everybody who does it and is an early sign up user, they'll be getting free credits. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And there are many more fun things that are in plan.
Got it. Very cool. We've got a question from the chat. Brian K. Since the data is in your database, could you let's set up a full text search? Let's say you had 10,000 pages in your database. How would you set up some search functionality there?
That's a very interesting question, and that is something that I am working on right now. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to say that, but I'll just say that here. So there's another open source platform, Melissearch. I'm not sure if you've heard about that. It's similar to Elasticsearch with some differences, but open source. And so using that, since AppWrite is also built on PHP, so we can easily use that. And it, like I mentioned, you can build a plugin. That is something that I'll be doing as well. And you can have those search facilities within AppWrite using Melissearch.
Very cool.
But if you can, if probably in the next few weeks, in the next 1-2 weeks, that is something that I'll be working on and be having that live.
Awesome. And correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but I think that's what you were using currently. So yeah, that sounds like a really interesting integration. We've got one other question. Can you call a webhook on document create or update?
Yes, we can, but I am you to explore that functionality of AppWrite. I'll leave that for you to probably do that as a homework and show me and build cool things with it. And that being said, it also opens new opportunities to contribute to our project. We are always looking for new solutions, and we have an awesome AppWrite repo where anybody who builds cool projects can bring up a PR there.
Yeah, awesome.
But yes, we can use a webhook for the functionality that has been asked for.
All right, we've got a lot of questions coming through. Is there a data type for rich text? So you get more robust editing UI. So rather than just having that text field in AppWrite, I guess start asking for whether you can do bold and italics and really make it into a content management system.
Oh, wow, that's something really interesting. And sadly, we don't have that yet. But I would request you to maybe add it to our issue list there so that our team can work upon. And we are very quick to respond to our issues and have that incorporated in our features. So maybe if you can, you know, uh, request for that, we'll have it very soon.
Great question. All right, I think
Yeah.
that's everything. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us today, Hamantika. And I hadn't
lot.
seen Upright before, and it was really cool getting to see a glimpse of what it's capable of.
Yeah.
Ar-
I'm really excited. And yeah, that's all. Thank you for having me. It was a very big pleasure.
Yeah, thank you again. So we're going to be back in 20 minutes with our next workshop. So we'll see you then. Oh. All right, we're back. HugoConf, day 2, and we have another exciting workshop lined up for you right now. First, I want to shout out Patrick. You're getting very confused, I saw, by the mirrored video. I've hopefully fixed it now, so thanks for calling me out on that. Let me know if it's better. All right, I want to introduce Liam, who's a senior software engineer at CloudCannon, where he leads the development of CloudCannon's open source projects, such as the component browser and playground bookshop, and his new project PageFind, which we launched yesterday. So Liam's workshop is on editing Hugo live in the browser, how to bring page building workflows to your Hugo sites with Bookshop. All right, let me set you up. All right, Liam, you're live.
Hello. All right. That was a great intro. Thank you, Mike. And good morning, everyone. It's a cruisy 6 a.m. here, so forgive any small ums or ahs as we go through this. And as with any live demo, expect maybe 2.5 things to go wrong, but I think we'll be pretty good. So I'll jump right into a screen share and we can start talking about Bookshop. So Bookshop is an open source component development workflow for static websites, is one way that we dub it. It's open source here on our GitHub, and it is generic across multiple SSGs right now, with more to come. But of course, today we're here to talk about Bookshop with Hugo specifically. So Bookshop, it isn't a framework, but it is a toolkit. So it integrates with your Hugo site and gives you a lot of developer and editor tooling, but without getting in the way of any of your production workflows, and without making you move to an actual JavaScript framework, for example. So to show you the rough direction that we're heading, I'm going to show you our new share template on Hugo. If you're on CloudCannon, you can come in and spin this up as long as you're on the CloudCannon beta. If you're not on the CloudCannon beta, you can go down to your user account and move to the CloudCannon beta. This template uses some new features that we've got, so it's only available there for now. So if we hop over to our pages and our home page, we can see a site using Bookshop. So these sites are generally built out of structured data that lives in the front meta of your page and is assembled on the page. So with Bookshop, we can actually hide this sidebar and we can click directly on the page, find what we want to edit, click on it, and change our text. And Bookshop will re-render that live in the browser. When you first see this, a lot of people assume that you must be writing these components in React or Svelte or something very JavaScript-y. But Bookshop actually integrates directly with your Hugo partials. So these are still all Hugo partials under the hood, and Bookshop will render them for you live in the browser. Why we call this a page building experience is that with CloudCannon's structured data and Bookshop components, we can actually come in here and add new components to the page. We can build one up from scratch. So we'll add 2 columns. And we can jump into our 2 columns. My computer likes me screen sharing and doing a lot of things. And we'll jump into our left column and we can add some content blocks here. So I'll add headline. Headline looks good. And then we can jump into our right column. And we'll come in here and we'll just add an image. We'll browse for images. And we'll just drop our hero in there. There we are. And then we can actually come over into our left column and we can align that text into the middle. We could give this a background color if we wanted to. There's a lot we can configure in here. I'd say what's most impressive about these is that unlike a system like Squarespace, these aren't components that you're locked into. These aren't sort of the components that CloudCannon has. This is a generic interface over your own components that you can write. And that's what we're going to be covering today. We're going to be covering sort of going from absolutely nothing towards this through the first principles of Bookshop, so that hopefully you get a good understanding of what Bookshop is and isn't, and specifically what it's doing under the hood. So with that in mind, we'll jump over to our wee site here. So I've got a site called Berg. It's for a theoretical burger restaurant. And to start us off, we'll just spin that up in a browser. So if we load up our Hugo site now, you'll see our wee burger website. So I've done this super lean intentionally so that we're not distracted by too much website, and the focus really is on how everything plugs together and what the components are. So if we look at our website currently, we've got the way that you might build the first cut of a website. So I've got 2 types of components on this website, a hero component and a left-right block. And I've done the work of splitting those out into partials. And then right now I'm just referencing those partials in the layout. So this is the first step of having a component-driven website, but it's not the easiest to edit. It might be the easiest to edit if you're a developer, but once you drop this into a CMS, there's no real structured content around this, and it's hard to know how you would put this in front of an editor. So the first thing we're going to do is move this into a front matter edited site. So to do that, we open up our index here. Let's add an array that we're going to call content blocks. And we'll move our components into that. So just a little bit of text wrangling to do here. But essentially, for each of these components. We're going to want the key, which is our partial to render. And then we can render that dynamically. And then we're just going to want to pass all of our fields in as data. And this will be editable in CloudCannon because everything in the front matter is editable in CloudCannon. And what we'll see that we'll get to soon is how this is editable live and how this becomes structured data. To save us a little bit of time, I have some of this work already done. So let me just hop ahead one step. If my computer behaves. There we go. So here's what it looks like put together with the content in our front matter. And then over in our index here, we're going to range over the blocks and we'll render each block by just calling it into a partial. Since we've put the name of our partial in our front matter here, then we can just pass that in as the first argument to Hugo's partial and pass in the rest of the object after that, and it will render our partial. And with that, we have what I'd call a rudimentary page builder. And I say rudimentary because we don't yet have any concept of what our structured data is, so what keys are and aren't allowed in these objects. And we don't have any concept of what components we can and can't add to this array. So it's better, but there's still a lot of work we can do. And this is where we'll start connecting Bookshop. So to start with Bookshop, we're going to run npx bookshop/init. And this will just give us a wee shortcut to get a Bookshop folder structure down in our folder. So we'll make a new Bookshop project. We'll call it Berg components Hugo, and I like using YAML. And with that, we've got a folder on disk. So we can see our new Berg components here. And let's just do a walk through what files have been added. So we've got our Bookshop folder at the top with the config file. This is one of those files you don't really need to touch, but essentially this is telling Bookshop which SSG we're using and how we're going to interface with that. So in this case, the Hugo engine. That's how our live editing works. That's how the component browser will work. Below that, we've got components. This is the bread and butter of Bookshop. And this is worth spending a little while on. But the main file that we care about right now is the hugo.html file. And if we look inside that file, it is just a Hugo partial. There isn't really anything superfluous in here. In most cases, you can just move your partials in, and indeed, we'll be able to just move our partials into this folder structure. It has a subset of Hugo's functionality within live editing. If you check the Bookshop docs, it will mention a few things that aren't possible. For example, getting remote data or interacting with the file system. There isn't a file system when you're live editing in the browser, so there are some limitations. But generally, anything to do with templating will be supported in here. We also have a SCSS file that can be located with our component, and we'll come back to that. And we also have this YAML file, and this file sort of handles the structure of our component and defines our component. So this is everything about how this component is added and edited, etc. And again, we can jump more into this file a little down the line once we have a need for it. So the first thing to do is connect our site to this Bookshop. Oh, and I missed a couple files. If we look in shared, we'll see that there's a little page helper for us that we'll use. And there's also a place that we can just put some global styles that tie into our bookshop. And then we have a config file. So you'll notice here that our our component library is actually a Hugo module, and that's how we'll connect it to our site. So that's a convenient way to sort of interface your components in with Hugo. And this actually means that you can upload this repo to GitHub and use your components remotely from another repo, really exactly how you would use a Hugo theme. So we want to connect it to our site. So there's a few things to do. I will hop over to the documentation, which I actually have open over here. And we'll see what there is to get started. So we've created our bookshop. So let's connect it to Hugo. So the most important thing is to add the module in our Hugo config. So we ask for a components.local. I just use that because I'm never going to use these components remotely, so that can be anything. And then we'll replace that path with the path to our actual components, which is Berg components. Then additionally, we import the bookshop module itself, and this will provide us with the essentially the bookshop plugin in as much as Hugo has plugins. So it'll give us the bookshop partials that do a lot of the magic. And additionally, we need to install a few npm packages. So these npm packages, and we'll initialize a new node project, and we'll install those. So these npm packages are for developer tooling and editor tooling. And this is where, if you saw my talk yesterday, you'll know that I'm a big fan of lean websites that don't ship erroneous things to the users. And so this doesn't ship on your live website. We're not rendering content with JavaScript to your users. This is just developer tooling that sits around the conventions that Bookshop asks you to write components in. And there's one other thing that we need to do, which is to initialize our site as a module, just so that we can import components from our site. There we go. Alrighty, so if we run Hugo serve now, ideally it should run and nothing should have changed. We'll see that it's downloading our modules and we're back online with our site. So the first step is moving our components into Bookshop. And that's where we'll start to be able to see some of the benefits. To make my computer a little bit more happy, I'm going to come in here and add node modules to make it ignore. So we saw that we have in our partials, hero and left right are the blocks that we want to add. So first of all, I'll delete the sample component that Bookshop ships with. And I'll actually use the CLI to spin up a couple of components. So format YAML component, and we want the hero component to be made. And we would like a left-right component to be made. Now back in the code, we should see our two components sitting here. So we'll open these. And we will open our hero and our left-right partials. And as I said, Bookshop components are just partials. So we can take these and paste them in, and we'll delete our partials. There we go. Now, of course, our Hugo site is broken because we're not using Bookshop components. So let's start doing that. So if we look at our index here and our config. So in our config previously, we were asking for partials. What we can do now is just remove the .html. So bookshop components are referenced by the path from this components folder here to their component. And these can be nested. If we added an intermediary folder here, we might have the component as, say, sections/hero. You can organize that component directory however makes sense to you. Now, in our index, we have to go via bookshop. So instead of calling the partial directly, we'll call partial bookshop. This is the main way you interface with bookshop, and this takes a slice. The first argument of the slice is what component to render, and the second argument is what data to render. And that's what our include looks like. So with that, we can check that, yep, our site is happy. And over here, once again, nothing has changed, but we can see that it's rendering in bookshop. Because if we dig into here, you'll see we've got some obscure bookshop comments sitting around. We'll come back to those later, but it's a good test that everything is working. And now we can start to see some benefits. First, I can actually show that we can make this loop a little bit easier. So if we change these partial keys in these objects to be _bookshop_name, and then now we can just change this loop to just pass in the whole object. So the bookshop partial, if it sees a bookshop name sitting in an object, knows what component to load up and will automatically render that component. I also showed that little helper page partial that we had sitting around earlier. We can use that and save us this entire loop here. And we can do a bookshop partial. And we want to pass in, bear with me here. We want to render the page, and we want to just pass it all of our params .content blocks. Doing this step is quite important for live editing, and that's because Bookshop can live render in the browser anything that lives within your bookshop. And so we have this shared folder that we access via a bookshop partial. And since we're now in bookshop, that means that our entire page array can render with bookshop. And that allows you to rearrange components, add new components, delete them, etc. And since bookshop has the context that it needs to re-render our page, that all works as we would expect. So while we're here, actually, let's move our styles over. So this is an optional feature of Bookshop, but it's one I quite like. So you'll see currently we have some sass on our site, and we've made files for each of our components, and we're just importing those from our site SCSS. What we can do is we can remove those from there, and we can move these to live in our bookshop. Hero, left, right, and delete our original SCSS files. Now, of course, we need some way to get these styles into the browser. So I'll go grab that from the documentation, importing bookshop styles, and we have this little snippet here. Now, one thing that's quite cool about this snippet and this workflow is that you don't have to reference all of your components individually anymore. So if we load this in, the bookshop SCSS partial gives you a slice of all of your SCSS resources in your bookshop from all your components. And from there, we can put it through any resources pipeline we want, and we'll get out the other end a style sheet with all of our bookshop components. So I think with that, we should still be working. I'll restart Hugo just to be sure. And if we check our site, we're still up. One thing, we've lost the gap in between, and that's because our page component by default wraps everything. It doesn't have to, so we can come in here, remove those divs, and there we go. We're back to our site. So there's our first small benefit of Bookshop, is that it co-locates your component files in their SCSS. And that's more of a convention than anything, but it really helps with portable components and finding what you're looking for. But let's jump off to this first biggest benefit of the work we've done so far. In this folder, we can run npx bookshop browser. And we'll see that that found our component library automatically and started hosting something on a port. If we open that, we'll see a little component browser. And in here, we've registered all of our components. And we'll see that they don't really do anything. And this is where that file that I breezed over earlier comes into play, which is that data file. So if we jump back into here, we've got two things that we want to configure. One, at the top, we've got a definition of this component. And below that, we've got the data this component takes. And you'll see that the reason these are empty is because we're not passing them the data that they expect to see. So let's do that. So if we look at our hero, here we're taking title, tagline, image, and image alt. So what we'll do is we'll drop those into our blueprint. So the blueprint here is the structured data that your component expects. I'll just call these all hello world for now, except for our image, which I'll chuck a nice kitten into, which is, as anyone who works with me knows, the thing that I tend to add as my placeholder imagery. And then for our left-right component, we'll do something similar, which has very similar fields here, but also a flip field for whether or not the left-right block is facing left or right. Once again, we'll just start it all off with a nice hello world. I'll go steal our kitten image from before. And we'll say that by default, we don't want these blocks to be flipped. Additionally, we'll give them some nicer names, left, right block, and nature people, and our hero can be smart button. There's very few material icons that I know by name, but these blocks are passed on to CloudCannon to configure your structures, and this icon can just be any material icon key. So with that, if we load back in our component browser, we can see that we're now actually rendering components. So we've got our left-right block there and our hero block. And one thing you'll immediately notice is that they don't look great. And that's because we're currently running the standalone component browser, and we don't have any of our site styles. So we've loaded in those component SCSS files that we moved earlier, but we don't have anything like fonts or colors. And there are a couple of ways that we can solve this. One, we could move our site styles into our Bookshop global folder. This has a few benefits where if those styles are important for your components, they'll be shipped with your Bookshop if you're using it across multiple websites. The other thing that we could do is we can move our component browser onto the site. So let's do that one, because it's generally the way that I prefer to work. So to do that, we'll add a new site to the page. I'm sure many people have their own ways of adding single sites to a Hugo adding single pages to a Hugo site, but this is the way that I tend to do it. We'll add a components, single.html, give us our block. And then in here, another partial, and we'll ask for the bookshop component browser. And that one needs no arguments. Now, hopefully, I did everything right. And we can jump onto our site here and go to /components. And magically, our component browser's appeared. The magic step here is that the component browser partial on Hugo will set up all of the DOM structure we need, and it will assume that you're running npx bookshop browser. So generally, you'll have two terminals open or some build script that starts both of these, and it will embed your component browser on the site. The benefit of doing this is that if we load up our components now, they look correct because we've embedded it on the site, and we can thus inherit all of your site styles. This was actually one of the original pushes for Bookshop before it became a giant live editing toolkit, was that we were often bit by the difference between, say, Storybook and a live website, in that Storybook isn't your website, and so you're inherently mocking a lot of styles. Whereas with the component browser here, we are in our main page column, so they're the right size, and we've got all of our site styles. So we can see a few benefits here. The components that we've made are automatically shown on the page. We can dump them all if we just want to scroll through what we've got available. And as you can imagine, as we get more and more components, this becomes really useful for developers and editors alike. Additionally, we can come in here and we can edit these live in the browser and sort of test around what they look like. Give it some tagline, and maybe we'll try roll a different cat. And you notice actually that this DOM structure here is exactly what we would need to add this component to our page. So if we went back to our index page, we could come in here and we could add our component. And now if we loaded back our actual website, then we'll see that the component that we wanted is now on the page, which is nice. So that's the local development flow. That's the component browser. And that's some of the benefits that we're seeing for local development. So far, we haven't dabbled in anything CloudCannon specific. And so far, this is all stuff that is applicable anywhere. But now we're going to connect this site to CloudCannon. So there's a few things that we want to do there. First, I'm going to give us a CloudCannon config file so that everything works well down the line. And there's two things I'm configuring here. One, I'm saying that I want our pages to open in the visual editor. This is a live editing demo after all. And two, I'm saying that we want our data to be available to CloudCannon generally. We might not get to any data today, but as a teaser, any data files that you have on your site can be accessed by Bookshop components in the visual editor. So you don't have to worry about trying to get that data in or mock it some other way. You can just access your data directly. So with that, actually, let's just commit this and we'll connect it to CloudCannon. So over here, we're in our CloudCannon organization for Berg, and we'll add a new site. Connect my own files from GitHub. We'll call the site Berg Burgers, which is nice. And there we go. And we'll pull up Berg. And I'm on a workshop branch right now. So we'll sync that and then get on to building our site. build. One thing you'll notice that I'm here on the CloudCannon beta still. There are a few features that we'll use from that, hopping between editors, but it is not required for Bookshop in general. So if we look at our page, one, we'll see that our components page is here, but it doesn't have a component browser. That's something that we'd like to fix. And two, we can see that our page is here and our components are on it. And we can see on the sidebar, we've got all of our components and we can hop in and edit our data, but we don't have anything like the name of the component. And if we want to add something new to this array, CloudCannon doesn't know what we want. And so it just adds another one of the last component, which is a good enough guess, but there's no way for us to add another hero, for example. So we're not yet at structured data. So let's get on to that. So back locally, everything is done in the Bookshop generate package that can be quite magical and ideally works without any configuration. So what we want to do is we'll add a post build script to CloudCannon. And in here, we want to just install and then npx at bookshop/generate and we'll pass it the yes. And I believe that's all we're going to need to do there. There's one other little thing that we're going to want to do, and this is an important piece of glue for Bookshop. So here we need to annotate the entry point into our template. So if we jump off to connecting to CloudCannon, we'll need this little Bookshop bindings line. If you're starting with any of our templates or our Bookshop starter, this will be there for you. But all this does, or the important thing that this does, is it tells Bookshop where the data for this Bookshop component came from. You don't need to tag every component with this. You only need to tag components that are referenced in your site layout with this. And it just takes this argument here, whatever it is, but in a string. So if we save that with our post build script and commit both of those with a garbage commit message and jump off here. Now our site is rebuilding. Let's actually hop over and watch that. Okay, already done. But if we hop over and look at our post build here, we can see a few things. So it automatically found our component library. It automatically found the output directory of our site. It added live editing to a page. And it added the component browser to a page and built a few other things. If you saw my talk yesterday, one thing you'll know is that I really like running commands after static sites to do things to those static sites. And that's what's happening here. So with that, if we jump into our components page, you'll see that now we have the component browser that we had earlier, except a built version of it. So this one obviously doesn't rely on us running anything ourselves. So your editors can come into CloudCannon or indeed load this site directly if they've got this available. If we open our live preview here, we're on Doting Net, which is great. And we can come in here and browse our components. Or in theory, no, there we go, the images were loading. And again, we can come in here and play with these live. Additionally, and this is where a lot of Bookshop's magic comes in, this page has got a big facelift. And we've suddenly jumped right ahead to a full page building experience with that one command. So first, you'll notice that our components have some information about them. We've got the name of the component. We've actually got the one I created earlier. And we've got the icon that we configured before. If we come in here to add a new one, we get a choice between all of the components in our component library. And that's because they're tagged with content block. And I didn't actually explain that earlier, so. Sorry. So if we look in our components, you'll see that we've tagged these components with a specific structure. This lets you create, say, subcomponents that can't be added directly to the page. It lets you create higher level components that should be added as large page sections, for example. Running out of time, but I'll try to show a little demo of what that lets us do. But if we hop back onto our page here, we can come in here and we can add a new hero block, for example. A bigger wow moment that Bookshop gives us is that we can hide this sidebar altogether, and we can click directly on the page. And we can see that we can open a panel and get a shortcut to where we were in the data editor, but without having to navigate our own way there. And if we type anything, you'll see that our page updates live underneath us. We can update all of our components, and we can come in here and we can move them around. We can come in here and we can add a new component. We'll add a second hero. There we go. And now you can see that we've essentially built what is the start of our own rich, interactive component editing experience. And there was a little bit of boilerplate to add, but not too much. And importantly, we didn't change the contents of any of the Hugo partials from our base Hugo site. There's a lot that we can configure from here. So for one example, these components, while this preview data with the kitten and the hello world is great for our component browser, where we want to see what things look like, that might not be what we want editors to load up initially. And that's why in here, you'll see that we have a preview key. So if we wanted this to load in better, we can go into our preview key and move our fields there. And we could actually initialize all of our blueprint keys just to be empty. Or maybe we do want a default title. We could say that our blueprint has the title of Hello World, and we don't need to specify that in our preview. And there's more that can be configured in here. So underscore inputs will pass along any configuration to CloudCannon. If we want to make something a select input, for example, and you can pass on other CloudCannon configurations here. In our last moments here, I'll jump ahead, not too far actually, but I'll jump ahead and show what component nesting looks like as well. So one thing, let's do burgers final. So one thing Bookshop helps you a lot with is referencing components from components. So if you've got a section that can take content blocks, for example, or you've got a hero component that can take buttons. So for that, I'll just connect a new site on our final branch, and I'll also pull up our starter components. So if you're wanting to get started with Bookshop, this can also be a good place to reference. We're still working on this. It's still shaping up, but it's in a pretty good state now. And that share template that I showed at the start uses these components under the hood. But these components live in their own repo. They're built for Hugo. You can come in and steal them. That's what they're there for. But if we look in at our components and we look at, say, our CTA component and its data file, we'll see that we have some Bookshop shorthand here is what I call it. But we've got a key called content, a key called blocks, and within blocks, we're saying that this can take any component that we've tagged as a simple block. And when this component is created, we want it to have a headline and a button by default. So with our new site that we're spinning up here, we'll pull this up in the editor and we'll see what I've set up. And I'll actually change my local one over so that we can also see that in the code. There we go. So what I've done here is our client asked us that they want to make a fun burger on the page. And so we've added a burger component, and we've added a bunch of components for all the layers of a burger. And so our burger here is still tagged as content blocks, so we can add it to the page. But each of our layer components here are tagged as the structured burger. So unless we put a burger key somewhere on our site, these aren't going to show up. But in our burger component, we've said that our burger component takes objects of the structure burger, aka our burger can contain burger bits. And by default, we want a few to be created for us. So if we look at what that looks like in CloudCannon, we can grab our homepage here, hide our sidebar, and let's come in here and we'll add a burger. And there we go. And now, since everything in Bookshop automatically gets data bindings and live editing, we can come in here and we can build out our burger. And we can say that we want some cheese above our patty, and we want lettuce on the bottom or above. And maybe we want to come in here and blasphemously add sauce directly on our bun. We could add some sauce there. And you can sort of see that at this point, I'm just having fun. We'll double stack our buns at the top to really load it up. And with that, we've built a burger live in the browser. It's not directly what most people are likely to do, but it's a good example of what Bookshop's structures allow you to do by tagging components as different types and dictating where those do and don't live. And we can load up the site now live. And we've got a little burger. One last thing while I'm here. So let me pull up my folder. So what we've seen is that Bookshop takes your components and creates structured data out of them automatically, configures those all with CloudCannon into CloudCannon structures, and lets you add them to the page and provides live editing around those. One feature that we are working on currently is a feature called snippets. And I've got a wee demo video here that I'll sit over that and play. And with snippets, CloudCannon is going to understand shortcodes as well as partials. And so you'll be able to use shortcodes anywhere in Markdown and CloudCannon. So we can see here that we add to the page a shortcode. We'll just choose the default Hugo shortcode and we'll fill out its data and give it a title. And now what's cool is that if we hop over to our source editor, we can see that CloudCannon's added just the figure shortcode. We don't have any extra markup, it's there. Now if we hop over back to our content editor, we'll see that CloudCannon reparses that file and finds the snippet again. We can add a new one. Now here you can imagine that this callout is a Bookshop component. And I'll pause for a moment to say that where Bookshop created all of our structured data automatically, Bookshop is also going to automatically create snippets for you. And so that means all of the Bookshop components that you create, you can use for page building, and you can also use for any documentation or blog site by inserting components freeform in your Markdown. And we can see here that actually you can nest snippets. So any rich text editor in CloudCannon can have snippets inserted. I'll let George finish adding his figure here, and then we'll see what this looks like in the code. So we'll hop back over to the source editor, and there we go. We've got the callout nested with a figure inside it, and all of this will work out of the box with Bookshop. But indeed, when this feature ships, CloudCannon will have support for all shortcodes that Hugo ships with, and you'll be able to configure your own. And so that means you'll be able to say what your shortcode is called, what positional arguments it has, what key value arguments it has, and we'll automatically detect any that you've added to your site yourself. And we will also let you add them in the editor. So I know we've got a few people in chat, I think, that are probably quite excited to see snippets on the roadmap. And it's coming, and it's going to work well with Bookshop and let you page build in a different way. And I think that is all I had prepared to cover, which is good because it's been 50 minutes already. So
excellent demo, Liam. I think it's really exciting to see, just see Bookshop evolve and what it's capable of now. Couple of quick questions before we move on to the next workshop. One is, what sort of adoption are we getting with Bookshop? Who's using Bookshop?
Quite a lot, and quite a lot of good adoption. So we've got some of our big enterprise clients using Bookshop. We've got Bookshop on a lot of Twitch websites. We've got Bookshop on, of course, all of our own websites. You can jump into the HugoConf IO source code and you'll see the Bookshop comments sitting around. And one note, those Bookshop comments are all that actually changes on your production site. So one of the benefits of Bookshop is that if you run an HTML minifier over your site, there's no trace of Bookshop anymore. We haven't added JavaScript around things. We haven't wrapped things. It's quite a nice low-touch way to add live editing to the site.
Yeah, no, for sure. Last question. What are you excited for on the roadmap of Bookshop? You just mentioned snippets. Is there anything else that you're hyped about there?
Yeah, snippets and SvelteKit are the next big Bookshop things. So expanding Bookshop to cover some JavaScript SSGs, snippets, and just improvements to the way we build pages, ideally making it easy to configure, really just interrogating the workflow that we use to build our sites and that our editors use to edit our sites in CloudCannon.
We've got a big love heart snippets support from Brian K. Following up with a question, sorry, frog in my throat. Will snippets work for shortcodes within content data in front matter fields?
Oh yes, oh yes. Anywhere that you can use a shortcode in Hugo, you'll be able to use snippets. And CloudCannon, the snippets feature will work on any text anywhere, and you can build your own snippets for anything. For example, MDX will be supported, MarkDoc. You could even parse HTML if you wanted with our snippets parser. So there's a lot of places this can go.
Brian, this is from Brian, when you have it working for Hugo and SvelteKit, my life will be complete. Any word on...
What's the date? Give me 3 weeks. And SvelteKit will be usable.
Damn, there you go, Brian. You heard it here first. All right. Thank you so much for demoing today, Liam. That was an excellent demo. And really excited to see Bookshop evolve and how far it's come. It's just incredible what that allows on the Hugo site.
My pleasure.
All right, we've got our next speaker in 8 minutes. So we'll see you soon. All right, we're back. Welcome again to HugoConf, day two. Day two, we're doing all the workshops, and we have a really exciting workshop right now. So I want to introduce Tommy, who's a polyglot developer, mostly focused on back-end systems written in Ruby, Go, TypeScript, and even some Lua. He loves working on tools and platforms that help people express their creativity. So Tommy's going to be talking about using GitHub pages with actions to deploy Hugo sites in seconds. Right, let me just switch over to you. And we're away. Over to you, Tommy.
Cool. Let me just share my screen. And I'm going to go over this in a bit of a presentation mode, but then also do some demo where I'm editing in the browser, mainly because the GitHub Actions workflow syntax can be fairly dense. So I kind of simplified a little bit so I can talk about it at a high level. And then also, Johan is on as well. I don't know if you want to introduce yourself, Johan.
Sure. I'm Johan. I work at GitHub with Tommy, and we're both on the Pages team.
Yep.
I'm just here for support. If there's any questions coming through the chat or anything, send them here. I'll redirect them, and we'll be happy to answer them.
Cool. So yeah, we're talking about GitHub Pages and Actions, deploying in seconds, and I have a bit of a spoiler. I'm just going to show you kind of, I baked a cake already. Oh, there's a link to this. I need to delete that. And then I'm going to just add our little bee. What was it? Humble the bee, I think. And then I'm editing this in github.dev. What's that?
Yeah, Humble the bee. New HugoConf mascot.
So I'm going to add that to our website. And I'm in the github.dev here, which is our web-based editor. One thing that's really nice about that is you don't even have to push anything since it's online. I can just say, hello, HugoConf in the commit message. And then basically you're done. So that's going to commit. And if I come over to my repo and go to the actions, you can see that commit message I just wrote is already running the workflow. And I'll go into the details a little bit, but you'll see that like the build and deploy, because it's Hugo and it's all based on Go. And not only is Hugo based on Go, but our new infrastructure that's deploying this and actions itself, a lot of the infrastructure behind what's happening right now is actually written in Go. And that build and deploy should happen. And it's already done. So looks like it total took about 16 seconds. If I go back, you can see that it gives me the URL. And if I refresh, there you go. So my page has now been updated with that. So again, all that happened in about 16 seconds. Let's talk about what just happened. And I'll cover kind of some of the things that we've changed, because I've heard I've been a lot listening to the talks and the workshops. I know a lot of people already use GitHub Pages, and the way you use GitHub Pages today is probably the old way, which we're launching a new feature. We were hoping to have it launched by the time this conference was here, but it'll launch probably at the end of next week or maybe a week and a half or so. But I'm going to show you how it works today and give you a little bit of background about what we changed. In addition to that specific part, I'll go over a little bit about how, if you haven't used Actions, I'll give you like kind of a quick overview of what Actions is and a little bit of the syntax and how it relates to pages. And then I'm going to go into the background of how people are using Hugo today to deploy to GitHub Pages, because it does work, as people have already been talking about. But then I'll talk about the new features we're working on to basically level the playing field for any static site generator, right? So I want to be clear here, we're not saying we're getting rid of Jekyll. In fact, Jekyll has kind of evolved beyond just kind of being for pages. And we're actually beefing things up so that you can use Jekyll 4 or your own plugins and that kind of thing as well. So if you haven't used Pages, let me just set the kind of ground of what GitHub Pages is. So GitHub Pages was actually launched alongside Jekyll in 2008, and around November, December 2008. There's a blog post, you can go read it, it's on our blog. But basically the idea was I want to push content to my repository and do nothing else, right? I just want to push the content to my repository and have that content be published on the internet. And so what was invented at the time by some of the co-founders of GitHub was Jekyll to kind of help with this process. And GitHub being based Ruby on Rails, obviously Jekyll was written in Ruby. But as has been mentioned, Jekyll, getting that whole kind of environment set up is relatively complicated. So we basically use Jekyll under the hood to power the build process. And later on we can introduce a feature. You can see I have a little footnote there that like you could add a file called .nojekyll, which will come in later, which basically tells us, hey, I've already built the page somewhere else, or maybe I'm just have static HTML, and I want to just publish that without kind of Jekyll getting in the way. So we enabled that feature almost a year later. It was like not even that long afterwards, where we said, okay, if you don't want Jekyll, we can do that. And the way that works today is you basically set up GitHub Pages to have a branch that Pages will deploy from. So when you go to enable Pages, you basically select either your main branch, or a lot of people will use the gh-pages branch, kind of have a special branch that is for storing the content. Or you could also select, you can see at the bottom right there, you can select a docs folder. So if you wanted your Pages content to be not in the root, but in the docs folder, you could do that as well. But probably the more important thing, and from my perspective, what I've been working on with GitHub Pages is the infrastructure behind it. If you're not aware, GitHub actually doesn't use a cloud. I mean, we're owned by Microsoft, so there's some Azure involved these days. But we have our own kind of physical data centers. And there's a blog post there, which you can find the link where you just Google GitHub's Metal Cloud. And you'll see the blog post where it talks about our physical data centers. So GitHub Pages is actually deployed in 3 separate physical data centers. And every deployment, so every time you push, we actually create 5 different replicas of that Pages site for redundancy. And then up in front of that are origin servers, so that are deployed relatively globally. It's about 12 regions, maybe 13 by now. We're adding on to that as we go. Those regions are where we announce the actual GitHub Pages origin, which also now includes IPv6 support. And then in front of all that, the custom domains that have certificates, and then a global CDN powered by Fastly is kind of sits in front of it. So what you see is like username.github.io, or if you have a custom domain name, that's actually pointed directly at Fastly CDN, and then we kind of route it on the back end. So as I said before, you've got, we're kind of based on Jekyll, but this is HugoConf. I want to use Hugo. So this is where GitHub Actions kind of comes into the thing. And people have been using Hugo and GitHub Pages before Actions. The general idea is like you want to, again, build your site somewhere else. But we saw the need for, not just Pages, but all kinds of other use cases for kind of building content from your repository. So we invented GitHub Actions. And a lot of people actually, some of the more popular use cases for GitHub Actions is actually deploying to Pages without using Jekyll. So we'll go over, again, a brief overview. GitHub Actions syntax is relatively dense, but I want to kind of give you a general overview of how it relates to what you might do for a GitHub Pages site. So at the top here is the first thing you'll usually see is on, and this is basically just saying what event do I want this job to run on. So in this case, in the example here, I'm saying on push to the main branch, or if a pull request is open that targets the main branch, I'm going to run the steps below here. And there's a whole bunch of different events that you can listen on, including issues and issue comments and things like that. But these are kind of your typical, if you're going to commit something and run a job, whenever that commit happens, this is what you'll see. And then an example in the job here, so I just have kind of a demo here of just called Hugo build. So that's the job name. I have this running on Ubuntu. We do have Mac and Windows runners, and I did experiment with this last night. Hugo does work in Windows on the Windows runner. I spun up a Windows VM, and just have to make sure you download the right Hugo binary for Windows, and it works just fine as well. And then you'll usually see the first step. So that the steps here are going to be, individual actions you want to take, and maybe those individual actions require different dependencies, or you need to complete before one another. The first one usually being actions checkout. If you want to take any action on the contents of the repository, you'll use this actions checkout action, which is a bit redundant there, but you use the actions checkout to get a copy of the repository in that actions runner. And then from there, you'll take whatever steps you want to against that repository. So in this case, I'm a little bit simplifying. I didn't show this. I'll show it later. But basically, you get the Hugo binary on your actions runner. You can just run Hugo just like you would locally, and it will run that command on that Ubuntu runner. So. Oh, and there's a YouTube link down there at the bottom if you want to go watch it. There's a demo of kind of that goes into some of the details of this as well. So people are using GitHub Actions to deploy to pages today. One of the more popular ones is the user called pCyrus, which we've actually worked pretty closely with. There's an interview with pCyrus on our blog where basically they worked on a way to deploy to GitHub pages from Actions. And they have this action that you can download or you can use right now. It's public. All actions are public. It's just called Actions GH Pages. And you basically just give it the output directory, which for Hugo the default is public. What's going to happen when this runs is it actually commits the content to your GH Pages branch or whatever branch you have set up as your pages source. Again, going back to this screen, whatever I set as the source right here. If I use this action, it will commit the content to that branch, and that will publish the GitHub Pages site. But there's a few problems with that, which we're going to be talking about how we solve that. One of which is what I mentioned earlier is what it does is it basically does the build and then adds some files into that commit, like the .no Jekyll file to tell GitHub, hey, we've already built this site. We don't want Jekyll involved. The other thing it adds is the CNAME file, which if you have a custom domain name, may be aware like you have to have that CNAME file in that specific source so that the custom domain stays the same. And then a lot of them will, there's more than just pCyrus, but what they typically do is they have kind of their own commit message that's separate, but then they link it back to the commit that generated that build. And this works for any static site generator. You can use that action GH Pages, do your build process, and then commit it back to the branch, and that works. The other problem this creates, though, is you end up having two separate branches. So this is like my default branch, which has my website in it and the workflow. So that's my source content. But then you end up with a separate branch that is completely different. Has the tree structure is separate. The commits are different. And there's no relationship other than like we do have this like link here that will automatically linkify. You'll see that like it links to 51E4008. If I go back over to the default branch, that's the commit that generated that build. The other thing that's a little bit confusing is last year in December, we basically replaced the old legacy build infrastructure to basically run actions for you to do the deployment. So now what this creates is a little bit of a confusing situation where I've got two workflows. One of them is the workflow I wrote that's doing Hugo. And then the second one is this workflow that we kick off for you. You can see that this workflow is kicked off by the GitHub Pages bot. And this workflow, it takes care of taking that content from your branch and then deploying it over to our infrastructure. So, and again, this works, but it is a little bit confusing because I've now got basically two workflows, one that I control and one that I don't. But the reason we did it this way is we had to build the infrastructure to get the content from actions into that global distribution. So I'm going to go in a little bit detail about how that's working, and then we'll talk about how you can use this yourself. So one thing you may not be familiar with, unless you've kind of dove into Actions deeply, is there is a concept in GitHub Actions called artifact store. So within GitHub Actions, you can have a build and then generate an artifact, and then that artifact can be shared between multiple jobs inside that inside that same workflow. So we're using this feature, and we built a custom action called upload pages artifact that kind of automatically does that work for you, where you give it the directory. So just like you saw earlier, I can give it a path of public, which is the content of my build, and I want to upload that artifact to some storage layer that we're going to allow that we know how to work with. The other thing this does is it still gives you the contents of the build in the web UI. So show you this in a little bit more detail, but basically you get a little box at the bottom of the summary of the actions workflow where you can actually see the artifact and download it and view the contents. So that kind of replaces the need to push it to the branch so you can see the build output. You'll see the build output just by having the artifact right there in the browser. The other thing this does is that artifact can have a custom retention policy. So you could download the artifact through the REST API if you want to look at it, or you could say, I don't really care about the artifact. It'll default to a retention policy of like 1 day. And then after a day, that artifact is gone. So it's not taking up any space anywhere. The other thing that we do is once the artifact is stored, we're actually deploying that artifact to a GitHub Pages environment. So instead of deploying it to the branch, you may have seen the GitHub Pages environment in your repository if you've used this. That environment still exists, but we use Actions. Actions actually has native hooks into our environment kind of specification. So basically, you can say in the job, I want to deploy to an environment named GitHub Pages, and then that's also can run on Ubuntu latest if you want. Then the important thing here is we say it needs the build step. So this basically makes sure that if I've got a step that's generating the artifact, in the deploy step, I'm going to say I need the build step to complete properly. And then if that build step completed properly, I'm going to take a step to deploy pages. And we basically wrote this action to understand what's happening, and it'll automatically take the artifact generated by the previous step and then deploy that to our environment. It does create an artifact in your workspace called github-pages.tar. And we do this because there's some security implications around how that artifact gets generated. It's basically a packaging step where we take that public directory and do some security stuff around like how we're packaging the artifact so that we can serve it properly, and then we'll deploy it for you automatically. So the other thing that's really a huge benefit of doing this natively in Actions is GitHub token permissions. So basically, with inside Actions, every time an action gets generated, you can choose to write a token to the workflow that has permissions that are related to that workflow. So this is, if you've used personal access tokens on GitHub before, it's a similar concept, but the GitHub token in Actions is actually scoped to that specific workflow. The other thing we did is we added more kind of unique permissions that are specific to Actions, that basically that token will only be valid for the duration of that workflow run, and then it's thrown out, and then you can give it very specific permissions. So the nice thing here, what this means is only during the job where I'm requiring deploying to pages do I need to give that job pages right. The other thing you'll see here, you may not have seen before, is a permission called ID token write, and this is basically a way to create an encrypted piece of metadata that also gets stored with the workflow. It's a JWT token with some claims about it that are specific to that workflow run. So it will contain metadata about the environment we're trying to deploy to, who requested the deployment, whether it was requested through a push or some other event. So all that data is written to the action in that ID token, and it's encrypted so that when that token is passed back to us to request the deployment, we can verify, that token is basically that workflow is allowed to request a deployment. Where this comes in really, really nicely is in a public repository with forks. If somebody forks your repository, you can ensure that the job that is doing the build, maybe you want a fork to be able to, do a build, but because that's a fork, you don't want that fork to be able to deploy to your GitHub Pages site. And this basically enforces that, right? Where inside the job that's doing the build, you can have that run even on a fork. And then you as the admin or somebody with write access to the repository can then request a deployment as a separate step. So, and yeah, there's a blog post that kind of goes into more details about that. So this is all great, but what if we could just add Hugo to those steps and kind of do it all in one? Well, it turns out you can. You can basically just add whatever steps you want here before uploading the artifact. and that can be just a Hugo, Hugo CLI that's, with a base URL. Or there's been a lot of interesting talks here. That one that I was really super fascinated with the CloudCannon hand was the page write or page search or something, which allows you to kind of index the content after the build is done. So you could do that even before the uploading the artifact. So whatever steps you want to take to process the content can all happen, and then all we really care about from the page's perspective is what's the directory you want us to deploy, and we'll take it from there, right? And this does work. You can actually do this today, but there's still a little bit of a tech debt, which we'll talk about how we're changing that here in a minute. But basically, you still have to give it a source branch to effectively turn on GitHub Pages. But that source branch doesn't need to have any kind of relationship other than it needs to be enabled for the Pages environment to get created. But you don't actually have to have any content in that branch whatsoever. If you enable it and then set up some other configurations and set up the workflow yourself, it can actually work. And some people have already seen this, like they saw the dynamic workflow that we were generating, realized that they could just do that all in actions and get it working. So I've got a little link here. Basically, if you want to go to this and go through the demo, this will take you to some documentation. A lot of it is just stuff I've already talked through here in the presentation. And then there's also this repo template, which is linked here. So I set this up for this HugoConf, and this is literally just the quick start guide. So I followed the quick start guide here, generated a basic site with a single post in it, and you can use this as a template to clone it into your own user account. If you haven't used templates before, they're similar in concept to a fork, except that it doesn't keep the relationship to the original repository. So there's no expectation when you use a template that you're going to fork it and open a pull request against it. But when I use this, it'll ask me to what username and what name do I want to give that template. I can make it public or private. I can choose any of the branches, and I can create that. And it'll actually generate the repository. So I'm now generating a new one called Glowing Engine from that template. It'll take it a few seconds. That's now in my user account. And then what we're introducing next week, we were hoping to have it done this week, but it'll be next week, is basically a way to get rid of that need for the source branch. It seems kind of simple on the surface, but there was a lot of work involved here to kind of get rid of the dependency on that source branch. But that's what we're working on. And basically what happens is, so again, I cloned that template into my user account. Notice there's no workflows here yet. I did this on purpose. There's no workflows in the template, because what we want you to experience is going to Pages. All you have to do is set actions, and we actually detect that this is a Hugo repository based on the structure of the content. And then you click configure here, and we'll take you to GitHub Actions. We've got some starter workflows. You can review this and change it if you want, but by default, it's got everything set up to deploy. You could rename this to deploy, let's just say during Hugo. And you can see that it has a lot of the same things that I was just discussing in the presentation. So there's the permissions for the GitHub token where it has pages write. Concurrency is a nice one because it allows you to, if you've got multiple people contributing to the repository, and maybe they contribute, maybe somebody opens the pull request, merges it, and then somebody else comes in right after them. What this enables is basically the cancel in progress says if there's another build in progress when I get this event, so if somebody else pushes, it will actually cancel the previous build, so that you don't kind of have overriding builds. So that you can end up in a race condition where one build completes, and then maybe for some reason the other build took longer. The first build took longer, and then it completes after the second one. So you want to kind of have this concurrency control here. The other thing we do is just default the shell for all of the runners to bash. And then these are the jobs that we give you by default. And again, It runs on Ubuntu latest. I'm actually behind on our starter workflow. I realize there's a new version of Hugo, but basically you can just set the environment variable for whatever version of Hugo you want. And what we do is basically just download the binary. So this binary comes from GitHub. So the download takes literally like less than a second. It's like, because it's actually coming from Fastly into our runner. And we basically just download that, run sudo dpackage to install it. And now the Hugo binary, well, notice that's the first step I'm taking. Now that Hugo binary is available to me on the runner, and I can do whatever I want with that version of Hugo. And all you have to do to upgrade is just change whatever the version number is. And then we will basically download the extended binary that they recommend for that package. Again, if you were changing this to, let's say you want to change this to Windows latest, I don't know off the top of my head what the file name is, but there's probably Hugo version Windows. So you'd have to change whatever version of the binary you had there. So I'm going to back out of that because I don't want to create a failed build. And then the rest of it is basically the same thing we just talked about, where we check out the repository, we run the build, we upload the artifact, and then we run deploy, and then it will take care of it from there. So the other thing I kind of skipped over is we have this second step in the middle here, which we are experimenting with, called configure pages. What this does is, if you've used pages, like there's kind of different types of pages sites. One's your user page, which is user.github.io. And if you have a project page like this one called Glowing Engine, that path is actually going to be important to how your pages site routes. So what we do in configure pages is we're actually calling out to the GitHub API and asking GitHub, hey, what URL are you going to route this pages site on? So by doing this, we have this ID called pages. And then when we call Hugo, we actually pass. So that ID relates to this ID here. In the step called pages, we take the output that this generates called base URL and pass that to Hugo, so that basically there's no guessing, there's no having to go configure your config.toml. We just run the Hugo CLI with that variable, and it will automatically generate all the content based on that base. I know there's some situations where that may not exactly work. This is why we're kind of experimenting with this, but that's in my experiments, it's worked out fairly well. So yeah, again, this was a starter workflow generated for me. If I hit commit, I'm going to go ahead and commit this to my default branch. And because it's set up to run on the event of committing to a default branch, you should see the commit message that it created called createpages.yaml. That build will happen. And you can see that similar to the last one, the build's running, but in this one, I have the job set up in two separate, I have the workflow set up in two separate jobs. Again, the build, because it's Hugo, literally took 6 seconds. That's actually the longest I've seen it take to install the Hugo CLI. Most of the time it's been like a second or less. This one, for whatever reason, took 2 seconds. But then the checkout takes a second, and then the build, of course, this is a very basic website with only a single post, so it's not fairly complex, but the build only took 107 milliseconds to generate it, and then we upload and deploy. And you can see in the time that it took me to explain to you what just happened, that deploy is finished, and I can go to this page, and there's this same, Hugo website, which looks the same as the other one, but it is different because it's on that tcbird.dev/glowing engine. So it's a different website, just happens to be the same because it's the same template, the same template repository that generated it. So yeah, and the other thing that to understand here about, and there's the artifact. So when that build happened, the artifact that got generated here, so we upload the artifact. You can see, if you want to review this, you can see all the content that was generated, and that goes into that artifact. But then from here, you can actually download this. And I'm not sharing my whole desktop, so you may not see, but basically it downloads a zip file that includes all that content. So you can inspect that if you want, or if you don't want it anymore, you can delete the artifact. Once it's deployed, we don't need that artifact anymore. The other reason you might want to do 2 separate steps is, again, remember how I talked about deploying, you're actually deploying to the GitHub Pages environment. So if I go over here to my repository, you'll see that there's an environment on the bottom right called GitHub Pages. So this is where we're deploying to. And if it's all kind of interlinked. If I click on the deployment, it'll take me back to that workflow run. The reason for doing it as a separate job is there's another feature of environments that's not enabled on this repo. We're actually going to work on that as well. But if I go to one of my public repositories, inside, oh wait, that's private as well. Sorry. Yeah, so this one's public. Inside environment, so you'll have a GitHub Pages environment that has protection rules. So the reason you might want to separate the two is in my deployment, I might want to say I want specific reviewers to be included when I'm deploying to that GitHub Pages environment, or I want a timer. Let's say if the build could happen, but maybe I want to wait 15 minutes, for somebody to sign off on it, or just wait for, so you don't have the content being updated every time there's a build, right? So these are all kind of customizable. The other important thing is you can select which branches are allowed to deploy. So in this example, we actually set this up by default where only the main branch in this repository is allowed to deploy to this environment. So if I try to set up a workflow to deploy from a different branch, it would actually fail. It would say the build would still happen, but the deployment would stop because that branch wasn't allowed to deploy to this. Or I could add additional branches. There's that main branch, and I could add one. Let's say maybe I wanted any branch name prod to apply. So now any branch named that would be allowed to deploy to the GitHub Pages environment. So yeah, that's the feature we're talking about announcing in the next week or so. But again, you can go use that today by using this kind of trick. This is going to be a pretty amazing feature, I think, because it's going to change so that any static site generator is on the same playground as any other as Jekyll was in the past. So let's see. Was there other things I wanted to cover? I think I covered it all. Again, I did mention that there's this discussion where you can, so all the documentation is in here. You can go through that template and set it all up and then leave any feedback you want. This is public. You're free to, if you have a GitHub account, ask questions in here. We'll be monitoring this over the next week or so and can, take feedback and answer questions inside there. So. So I think that's all. There's other things I can cover, but I wanted to leave some time. We've got about 10 minutes left for Q&A. So.
Yeah, thanks, Tommy. It's a really exciting feature, and I think it's going to streamline a lot of those other SSG's deployment. I know a lot of people stuck on with Jekyll 3 on GitHub Pages, and that's going to, I'm sure, unlock a lot of upgrades with the GitHub Pages.
Yeah, actually. I didn't even show you. I kind of brushed over it, but I do have, because this is not a Jekyll conference, but my main website is actually running a Jekyll 4 build. So it's similar, right? Where instead of downloading the Hugo CLI, I just do setup Ruby. So there's no custom, GitHub Pages, Docker container or anything. I literally just say, give me Ruby 3. And then do bundle exec Jekyll build, and by the gem file being there, it's going to do that for you, whatever version of Jekyll you have in your gem file. Yeah. So it's the same thing. We're kind of putting everything on the same playground. Where now that we have actions and we have the process to deploy any artifact generated by any build process to Pages, that can be Jekyll 3, it can be Jekyll 4, it can be Hugo, whatever you want. Right.
Yeah. No, I think that's huge, particularly for the Jekyll community. Yeah, really exciting. Yeah. I think there's a lot of really interesting developments here, and it's so streamlined from that workaround that there is at the moment. What are you excited about in the future roadmap for GitHub Pages?
So there's a lot coming. We have a I don't know, Johan, do we want to talk about it?
not sure we can talk about too much of the features. But I mean, if you look at what we are doing, like Pages for a very long time, it predates Actions. So everything happening in Pages was custom built, custom made, everything custom. We are bridging the gap to bring Pages into Actions, so we can leverage all the current and incoming features on Action. So think about continuous integration, environment gates, anything, it's all coming together. So we're not done yet.
Yeah, a lot of this work that we've been doing for the last, I don't know, year or more has been just kind of a little bit of just getting rid of the tech debt in a way of the old Jekyll process that's been around since that specific process hasn't been around since 2008, but you know, that old process that was kind of custom bespoke builder that we had, you know, kind of had to lock down for security reasons, right? Like there were only certain things that we could allow. It is still great for people who don't know about Jekyll, don't know about Hugo. I just want some markdown content in my repository and want to turn that into a website. And so one of the things we've been focused on the last, you know, with in addition to Hugo, is also just making sure that that experience is still there, right? If I don't know anything about, you know, I just learned about Git and GitHub. I want to create a Pages site. How can I make sure that that's simple? So a lot of it just kind of gets into, this isn't work that our team on the Pages side did, but the fact that we detect the repository is a Hugo repository is basically we're doing some tech analysis. So if you go to like, just without talking about Pages at all, right? If I go to Actions and then say new workflow, there's some suggestions that come up, and this is powered by some analysis we're doing on the repository. And you know, obviously, like other cloud providers can come in and suggest their own workflows. This is actually public. If you go to Actions/starter workflows, this is where a lot of that comes from, and we're making our own for Pages. So what I'm really interested to see happen, what I'd love to see happen is, you know, we're going to develop some starter workflows for kind of what we've picked, like kind of the top ones. So Hugo obviously is one of the more popular, one of the most popular, actually, I think even more than than Jekyll. And so what I'd love to see happen, so we have, this is like our staging environment. So we have this Pages folder, and we've focused on this list. So Hugo, Gatsby, Next.js, and then a static, which is literally just, I don't want a build process. I just have HTML that, you know, I just want to push to content. Because there are people that use like, they have like static JSON APIs where they just have JSON files in their repository and they want that on Pages. So there is no build process. They just want to put the content there and have it be available. So you can do that using just static. But I'm interested to see where this goes with other sets, you know, site generators. People can contribute to this repository, and then we could, with additional detection logic. I've been really interested in Astro, and like, could we make Astro work the same way, right? So I'm interested to see where this takes us, because a lot of people have contributed to these kind of this ecosystem of actions that deploy to the GH Pages branch. So I'm curious to see if those same contributors or pick up this and say, well, how about this new action that is my custom build process for whatever I invented, right, to deploy to Pages. So
I think this question might be answered with the screen right here, but Liam's asking what SSGs will it support out of the box.
Yeah, so that this is the list we're focusing on. So what this will look like is if you go to well, I have to go through the template again, but basically what this looks like is we do some analysis of the stack. So we'll look at, does it have a next config file? Does it have a next config file? And then whatever that is, we'll recommend. But this is not necessarily a static list, right? I mean, again, like I mentioned, it doesn't, like the process that we're unlocking here is that the build process can happen, and then we just figure out how to deploy that artifact at that point, right? So we'll have starter workflows for this list, but you could use whatever you want. Like, I know that the maintainer of Zola has already been interested in talking about this. I think that's a Rust-based generator. So.
I don't know if there's a little reveal there, but you said this is not a static list. Does Next.js doesn't have it has a static portion and it has a server-side rendered portion. Are we going to see anything around rendering dynamic content on GitHub pages?
We're definitely talking about it. There's nothing I can really talk about in any detail right now.
Got it.
But what I will say is, like, if you look at how fast the build happened, right? So like if I go back to this action, you can see that this build happened in really less, like it says 30 seconds, but really like that, a lot of that is just setup time. So what we're talking about is like, how can we get like shrink this down, right? Like to where I don't have 4 seconds to set up the job. I don't have to do all this, right? You know, what can we do to kind of make this a little bit more of a lightweight process? Because like for security reasons, like these are setting up entire virtual machines, right? Like it has to provision a virtual machine, and we have these like pool of virtual machines, so it's not actually provisioning a brand new one every time. But how can we kind of improve this? And there's some features if you go look in the GitHub Actions roadmap around premium runners and things like that. But then like the server side rendering, basically like the infrastructure has to exist. One of the challenges that we have with the Metal Cloud, right, because it's our own physical data centers, is we can't just like proxy to a Lambda function like Netlify and Vercel and all those other tools we're using, right? We have to basically build that ourselves, or figure out some other way to do dynamic rendering.
Got it. Very interesting. What do you what's the kind of breakdown of use cases for GitHub pages? Like I imagine a lot of it's documentation on open source repos. What are the other common use cases you see there?
So intranets. My first real web development job was doing SharePoint sites. So I'm seeing a lot of use cases for people who use GitHub pages for their intranet, right? We actually use it internally for our intranet. So we like internally GitHub. I won't show it to you here because there's who knows what you see, but our intranet website, for news posts about what's going on with the company and their benefits and that kind of stuff. Our intranet site is hosted on GitHub pages. And actually the whole search conversation that we had yesterday around I was super interested in that, because that's a challenge that we're having with our intranet, is how to get search working with static websites. So those are some of the big use cases. GitHub Enterprise is a big product for us, which is like kind of the self-hosted version of GitHub. So basically getting those internal intranets and internal documentation sites on pages is a big use case. So
awesome. I think we're almost out of time. Any kind of last words before we wrap up?
No, that's it. I mean, again, I'm super excited to see how this develops once we announce. I know the kind of committing to a GH Pages branch has been a bit of a hacky workaround that we've been dealing with for a while, and it works great, but it's been a bit confusing. So definitely feel free to give us any feedback on that discussion. We're announcing it as a beta, so we're not considering it done. But yeah, so feel free to kind of give us feedback, and we'll take that and improve things. And also, all these actions will be public and open source. So if you see a way to improve it, especially the Hugo one, if there's a better way to do it, I'm no Hugo expert. If there's a better way to kind of get the build working, or whatever you want there, or if there's other samples you want to talk about, including, definitely feel free to let us know. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today, guys. Really excited for the GitHub Pages roadmap and what's coming soon. I think it's going to unlock a lot for the static site generator community.
Yep. Thank you for having me.
All right, we've got 2 more speakers today. So we've got 15 minutes before our next speaker. So we'll be back soon. Thanks, Tim. Welcome back to day 2 of HugoConf 2022. Today's all about workshops, and we're very excited for our next workshop with Pim, who's a Dutch guy, 40 years old, with 2 children and a dog who's sitting right next to him now. In 2021, he sold his company, which he founded 22 years ago. The company developed and maintained websites made in Typo 3 for big international clients. Pim lost his love for the LAMP stack years ago when he learned about static site generators. His love for Hugo started in 2018 after he already played with Jekyll a lot. He's charmed about Hugo's simplicity, flexibility, and speed. And you might have seen Pim's intro to Quicker yesterday. So today we're going to get a live workshop using Quicker for Hugo site developers. All right, over to you, Pim. Great timing.
There it's going. Still. Hey. Okay, sorry. Hello, everybody.
The dog wants to be involved, I think.
Yeah. Okay, can I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, thanks, Mike. Hello, everybody. I'm happy to give this workshop. My name is Pim, and today I will remix a Hugo theme. In this workshop, we're going to demonstrate how to set up a CMS layer on top of an existing Hugo website. Before I start, I would like to ask you to go to the Twitter of Quicker, and there I have made a poll where you can vote which theme I shall use to demonstrate Quicker in my workshop. So you can choose between the even theme, the terminal theme, the coder theme, and the calligraphy theme. Currently there's 1 vote, so then I will start with even. After I give you a mini tour to Quicker, we will see which theme it will be. Just a little agenda. I'm going to import the theme, make a new website from it, add some meta info to the template for later. I'm going to publish the new template to GitHub, and finally I'm going to make a pull request so it will be available as Quicker community template. When there's enough time, I will show you how to add a color and a font picker. So the end user, who shall not be very technical, can use this color picker and this font picker to change the style of the website we just made. I don't know, Mike, are you there?
Yeah,
maybe if somebody has another question about Quicker, maybe you can say it in the chat, and I can come to this too.
Yep.
But now we'll start a mini tour.
Yep. Now, any questions, I'll let you know.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the Quicker application. When you start the application, you open the site library, so you can maintain many sites in this application. The application is made in Electron, so it runs on your own computer, and currently it should run on Windows, Mac, and Linux. But unfortunately, currently the Windows application has a small problem, but that will be fixed soon. And when I open, I can here in the site library open a website. So, oh, that's not a good start. So here I have the website, which is the Hugo slide website. I used it for my previous presentation. When I open it, I can open it in the browser. Let me drag it to the right screen.
Pim, you're not sharing your screen at the moment.
Oh.
So in Zoom, you can go down the bottom, share screen.
Yeah. Oh, I did not share it at all. Oh, okay, sorry. I will start again. So, so I start here in I have here my Quicker application, and I start in the library. And here you see all the websites you currently have. You're currently maintaining in your application. So I'm going to open. Here's the presentation, which is the web slide Hugo theme, and this is the theme I used to give the previous presentation. And here I can click to preview it in the browser, and then you have just a local Hugo server serving it. When you start in Quicker, you start in its content dashboard, so you see all editable items, and you can, of course, open an item. And when you open an item, you see a form, and that form is defined by the website developer. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to import a theme, and we're going to add some forms to make it, to make a nice, simple CMS for the end users. And then we're going to publish that. Okay, so that's it. That's the content part of Quicker. When you want to sync your website, you can click on sync, and you can add a sync service. You can currently sync to GitHub pages and to folders. Of course, there shall be more endpoints, more targets like FTP, SFTP, CloudCannon, and S3. Yeah, just there must be more. It's quite easy to add. There's another thing we will be using today. That is, Quicker has two modes. You can change them in the menu of two roles. You have the role for the content editor. When you choose this role, the interface is quite simple, but you can also choose the site developer role. The application starts again in the library because it has to reset some stuff. And then when you return, you have more menu items that are only useful for developers, and you get another tool button in the toolbar, which gives some extra information useful for developers. Okay. So this is the what you can do inside the website. Then you have you have the templates. Also in the site library, here you can. I've currently made 5 templates. I did not make the templates myself, but it are existing Hugo themes which I remixed and added CMS configuration to it. And when you click, you get an import screen, and you can import the template. When you import a Quicker template, the Hugo version is already set, so you cannot change it. But you can also create a new site, and you can create it from a Hugo theme. And here you can pass a Git URL, and then you can choose which Hugo version you want to use, and if you want to use the extended version. Okay, so I see there are some votes. Nice. So if you want to do a quick vote, you must be very fast, because now we're going to start. And let's see, 60% of the voters. Well, we got some humble 5 votes, but I'm glad. We're going to work with the even theme. That's a nice theme. So, first thing we're going to do is import this theme. Well, I'm going to show it all the way. Let's go to Hugo. Make it. Where are the themes? Here are the themes. Let's find even theme. Here's the even theme. Go to download, and then we just have to click this link. We can also use this link, but this link will also work. And we're going to quicker start a new site from a Hugo theme. Okay, now we must validate the remote repository. So it shows you, well, the used link, the provider. If the theme has example content, that's important because you don't, we cannot really set up a new site if there is not example content. The name, we can go to the home page. And license, it's very important to check the license because it's so easy to create templates that it's also very easy to forget to add a license to your quicker template. So I ask everybody to look out and don't make mistakes or forget to give somebody the correct credits or to use themes that are not allowed to share. Here's the minimal Hugo version we need to use. So we're just going to use the last Hugo version, and we must give it a name or leave it like this, Hugo theme even. Well, it's a good name for this example right now. It's already made now, so we're going to open it right away. And then we have a new, fresh Hugo website. Check if it works. See, yeah, it's nice. We're using not the standard Hugo port, so you don't have conflicts if you also run Hugo in your terminal. When you when Quicker creates a new site, it creates one CMS item for you, and that's the site configuration, just to get you started. And it leaves you a standard message. So when it creates the config, a form for the config with 2 simple items. So now what we're going to do is to add CMS forms. I'm not going to write it completely. I'm going to borrow it from other themes. And I encourage you also to start borrowing a lot from other themes. And when you want to change things, then start changing things by reading the documentation and start developing your own. But for learning, it's nice to reuse things from others. So first thing we need to do is add some developer CMS items. I'm going to the tools, and here you have the mount information. That's how the site is mounted in a Quicker application. You can open the source directory, and here you see the website, an empty Hugo website. Here you see the theme, you see the content, and you see the config. And you have the Quicker folder, and that's the folder where the model, the CMS model, is is located. And here you see base.toml. It can also be base.yaml or base.json, doesn't matter. But base is the starting configuration for a quicker CMS model. Then you have two empty includes and partials website of folders, which we can use to add some configuration. So now I'm going to cheat a little and open another tab, and we're going to go to the paper template I made earlier. It has a quicker folder too. And here I'm going to copy some partials. And I'm going to copy some includes. So the includes, this is really, I will show you. The base configuration looks like this. It's kind of inspired by the Hugo configuration setup, but it has a Hugo version. That's the Hugo server it's going to use. Serve and build are the configurations. Well, you can ignore this for now. It has a menu configuration. The menu defines what you see in. Yeah, it gives an error now. We're going to fix it right away. It shows you what you see in the sidebar. And here you have the singles defined. So I'm going to, if you, and that's what inspired by Hugo, if you add configurations in the includes, it overrides the configuration. So here you have the singles, but I have created a single file. So now it's using this as singles configuration. I think it's complaining about missing config. Yeah, so there was one file missing, and now it's saying, okay, now it's working again. It's still saying it's missing something. Let's see. Oh yeah. Don't know what happened here, but we're going to fix it. Okay. So the images are. It's working already. So here we have kind of magically all kind of CMS forms, and I will show you what really happened. So I included the menu and the singles. Oh, sorry, it's the wrong configuration. I included collections, menus, and singles, and the menu defines what you see. So so I have a content section, and you see here the pages and the posts, and I have image sections, and you see menu item images, and you have the settings. You see here the main config, and you have the developer, and you see here the dashboard, etalage, and the readme. So that are these items. it's showing another site configuration. That's because in the base is still a singles defined and a menu defined. And what it does, it merges the files, and so now you have duplicate entries. So we're going to delete this. Here it is, and probably it will disappear. So now I've here. Maybe I must leave the main config here. Yeah. Okay. So now let's see if it's this was too easy. So the thing is, most Hugo websites are quite set up the same way. So you have pages, sites have pages, and sites have posts. So this is a kind of configuration that works almost out of the box. So here you see predefined configuration made for blog posts, and that configuration is made in the partial, which is referred here. So I'm going to. So the post is in collection, and site configuration is a single, because posts. Well, there are multiple posts, and a site configuration is one JSON or TOML file. So let's first check out the collections. Here you see the pages definition. The information you see here. You see the description that's shown on the dashboard. You see the folder where it should look. You see the item title, the key which is used to refer to in the menu, the title, some extra properties, the extension of the file. And here you see defined the field types, which is mapped to the front matter and the main content properties. So this is the about page, and we see that we have an empty author and description. Probably that is not used. You see here the author and the description. Going to remove that, and then it's gone. We can also open the webs of the file, the about file in the editor. You can see if there's more from. Oh no. Well, I have that not correctly mapped. I don't want to open Xcode. Let's open it from here. Oh. Let's open it this way. So here you see the file. Okay, there are some more front matter items. We have a weight and we have a menu. So that's a nice way to bound this page in the menu. Last mod, we can also add last mod, but well, let's do that. So we're going to add the menu. I always do a lot of copy paste stuff. Menu. Well, it's a string. And we have weight. And leave the title, then it uses the key. And this is a number. The kind of types are defined on the documentation page. I'm going to show it right away. It's book.quicker.org. And here you have a reference of the content module. And here you have the form fields. And you see here all types of fields you can use. So I have to use the number and the string, but you can also have a select or an image select or a font picker or date or chips or a Boolean. Really, you can use, there's an input for every case. Okay, where were we? I think we have finished our pages configuration. Let's have a look. Yeah, we have here weight and main. That's probably the place where it will go. And here you have, well, it's called, it's a markdown. It's not really a markdown field, but a nice string field where you can add the main content. We're working on a good markdown input field, but we have some problems with the last one. So, and well, it will come, a good markdown input field. For now, it's just a text field. So we can, of course, change some content here. You have a big blue button, you must click OK, and then it saves. So let's see if it works. Yeah, hello HugoConf. So this is well, this is a quite fast way to implement the model. The same here for the posts. You open the posts. Well, here you see the chips input, the category. It's nice that it's Chinese. Here you see a Boolean. Oh, there's something wrong there. And main content, which is a lot of Chinese. I don't understand it. Well, we'll have a look if we are using everything from the we have also content copyright, I see, and we have series and draft. Well, for now I'm going to leave it this way because it's quite okay. Then we have the images. That's interesting because this file is a single. It's not. It's defined here, and I use here a merge partial. And instead of using a local merge partial like the one we're using here, it's a link to a remote partial, which is it's hosted on GitHub. At the moment you open the image folder, it downloads it and it copies it to a local cache. We can see it here. So as long as this file is there, it will use the local version, and if we delete it, it will download it automatically. So I'm going to show it. So it's there already. So here it is. So this is a nice way to make general building for universal building blocks. I hope more people will contribute in making small pieces of CMS building blocks. And this building blocks just looks like this. This is a definition of one field. And here you see, well, it's kind of one of the most technical or advanced inputs. Image bundle manager, a path where it should look for the images. If it's starting, it has a starting slash. It uses the static, or it uses the root of the website. But we can also add this point slash, and then it's when you're in a page bundle and you have configured it like this, it will store the images in the page bundle instead of in the root of the website. We're going to set it to static again, just like we downloaded. Extensions which are allowed. And here you see a little thumb, so it will show what images are added. Let's see how it works. Can add an image. Let's add an animation. My daughter made this. And we can use this image. Let's save it. And now we can use this image in the content. Here it is, but I don't really like the name. Let's name it animation. And now it's called animation. So using this, we just use standard Hugo shortcode. I don't know if 11 has custom shortcode for this, but this is always built in, I know. So we're going to look in root animation. If hope I'm doing it right. No, I've made a mistake. Let's see what it's doing. Animation. GIF.
Yeah, I can't see it either. Looks like that should work.
It should work, yeah. It's strange. Animation.gif. Huh.
Not found.
That's typical.
The live demo gods have come on.
Yeah.
Is the folder called images? Or was it image?
Let's see. Images. Yeah, it looks
all right,
good.
shout out to the chat. Why is it not working?
Somebody help me.
It's a peer program with everyone.
Yeah, sometimes copy paste work. No, well, yeah, well, that's really strange, but I'm going to keep it this way. Sorry for this, but yeah, that's not normally not a problem.
Yeah.
So I can also sometimes it's nice to have a website configured to use the global images. Sometimes you want to add images from a page bundle to keep your content a bit.
Pim, we got the answer. I think your port's wrong.
Oh, really?
Because it's 1313, not 13131. Do you think that?
No, I don't think that's the thing, because Quicker runs on the with the extra one.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to have conflicts with other Hugo servers that run on 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not the problem. But yeah, I really don't know what's doing it right now.
You said maybe restart the server. Images. I don't know if that...
Yeah, the server is running because it's
yeah. Yeah.
Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how you make a local image. That's also useful. Sorry for this mess. let's go to, so I'm going to add an image here. No. Okay. Yeah, I'm also just to make sure it's the right indenting. It should have a key. That's mandatory. And here we're going to, and here we're going to put it in /images. Okay, so we add it to the pages. Oh. Oh, mistake. So now we have images here also. Oh, this is yeah, this is good that this happens, because about.md isn't a page bundle. So well, it should give a message, hey, it's not a page bundle, but so I cannot upload an image. So what can I do? I can go to the listing of the pages and I can convert it to a page bundle. Must reload it again. Now you have another problem that we configured pages to not show subdirs. So we must change that so it shows subdirs. And then well, at this moment, now you see also all the posts. What I would do is to change this in a theme and put about in a subfolder page. But we can open it right now, and we can open quicker Zen Ani. Save it. And now it can quicker Zen Ani. Hope it's working now. It should work now. Yes, it's working. Of course, we can change the width, etc. So this is yeah, fast way to add a CMS with some borrowed stuff. Let's see, we have the post, we have the images, we have the site configuration. Well, that's also, I hope, well, I will show it. Open the, it's this config. Every theme has its own. Well, this one has a lot. We're not going to implement this all of this stuff, but I will do a few. So we have a menu, params, and a lot of configuration stuff. Okay. I think well, let's make it easy. I get enable emoji. Okay. We have the configuration in the base. Here you see the fields, the title, add another field. And the key should be the same as in the in Hugo configuration. So what we wanted to do, enable emoji. Yeah. It's a Boolean. And we can add a tip. Enable this to emojis. Okay. So now you have a switch, and you here have the info. So it's nice to see all the inputs you can use. I will show you a few. So we have the Boolean. On the website, you can see a screenshot, and you see all the properties, and you see the configuration, and you can choose which format you want to see the samples. We have chips. That's nice for tags. We have the color picker, date picker. Well, this was a markdown editor. You can use it, but I always have trouble with the cursor, so this is not really stable at the moment. We have the font picker. You can have hidden fields, so you know for sure that a property is set, but you don't bother the user with it. You can use image select. This is usable in combination with the image upload input you saw I put in the pages. So you can use the image select to only choose one of the already uploaded images. Markdown, this is just a simple markdown input. Number, read only. Select, also nice to have if you know predefined number of options. Slider, string, unique. That is nice to have, yeah, when you need unique items. And then you have some layout input fields. So you have the bundle manager, which is used for images. Just an empty line. A big info box, which is very handy if you want to give some larger portion of inline documentation. You can use Markdown to add your documentation, and it will be shown inside the form. And then you have some container field types that are more complex, but very nice to have. So you have the accordion, and inside an accordion you can you can define some dictionaries, and let's show you the YAML. So here you have an example of an accordion, and every item gives you 3 booleans and a title, which you see here, and you can add as much as you like, and it will be all saved into the front matter. Then you have leaf array. It's an array. Nest. It's just for making your forms more organized. A pool. It's when you need to have a dictionary of fields of properties which you want to show, but you don't want to show it as a nested form. So you take the properties a level up, and a section, which is another form of a dictionary. You can also have subfields. So here you have a section with one field, but you can have multiple fields inside a section. Well, everything is documented here. So when making forms, when making CMS layers, you will end up here looking how what the properties are.
We had a question from the chat, Pim. Is it possible to transfer a Quicker project between Quicker installations?
Yes, of course. That's currently the best method is to transfer it via Git. So you sync to a Git server, and then you can import it right away. Another way is to import a folder, or that's another way, a folder. Previously, I developed some special import formats, and that will be brought back in the current application. But after some refactoring, this export and import code was not yet ready for this public release. But in the end, I can show you where you have the Quicker data folder, where you have all content which is stored in Quicker. You have here you have the mount configurations. So we just we have here the mount configuration of even. Don't see. So it's really telling Quicker where the code, where the source code is, and what the name is. The source code is here in here you have sites, and you have Hugo theme even. So that's the site we just made, and you have a main folder. The reason why there's a main folder inside is because when you publish it to Git, we want to we not have a complete Git workflow working, and so we make a copy to another directory, so you can have multiple versions or images of your website. But this main folder is just a familiar Hugo root folder. And when you have a Hugo folder on your computer, you can go to the site library, you can go to import, and you can choose from folder. You can pick an existing folder. So what I can do now is go to my Quicker data, go to sites, and choose main. And now it shows us that it wants to copy the site we just made. Of course, we must give it a new name. Copy of even. We can import it, and here it is. So here it is. Currently, we have kind of keep it simple principle. You can import folders, and it's just, as you see, flat folders. Yeah.
We've got a couple of minutes left, Pim. I just want to ask a couple of questions. What's your vision for Quicker? Where do you want to see it in, let's say, 5 years?
My vision is I want to target it for everyone that could also work with WordPress, and even non-technical people should download this and should be able to browse to the templates, click one, import one, and see how easy it is, and half an hour or an hour later publish its first version to a hoster. And that's really my vision, and that's and as a developer it should be fun. It's very fast to develop, and I would like, well, a lot of developers who are developing for small clients must pay a lot of support on configuring FTP servers for other people, or passwords, etc. Because people say, well, I don't know, I'm not technical, you should do it. And that's really the stuff developers don't like. So the developers want to make websites and they want to distribute them, and when it's running, they want to go to their next project, and not to have a lot of support. And that's really one of the promises of static website, static generated websites, because when they run, when they are live, well, they are live. There's no there's no problems anymore. So I hope Quicker will get a lot of new people who would normally choose for WordPress. I hope Quicker will give a lot of people stimulants to start with Hugo and static generated websites as the project, or if I want to make money, or well, what else? First of all, I want to create a big community, and I hope a lot of people like this and will make Quicker templates, or will add a Quicker folder in their Hugo example site directory with the Quicker CMS model. Just to make it easier for that part of users. I think most CMS systems are now targeted at companies with a technical staff, and I hope to bring this to independent developers with small clients.
Got it. Yeah, no, it's definitely a huge market for that, and I think it would really make a difference in the world. If you can get there. So we've run out of time, but any last message to the community in the chat?
You can. This is really the first public release, so it's. I'm very excited to show it to the rest of the world. Don't hesitate to contact me. Send me an email or do submit an issue, but I really am happy to tell more about it. And I just started a new job, but now I'm free, so I like to put my free time in helping people get started, and I hope to meet a lot of Hugo and community people, because now I have the time to dedicate my work to Hugo. So
thank you very much for joining us today, Pim. Pim's actually at a party right now, so I want to let you get away, grab a beer, and enjoy yourself. But thanks for joining us today.
I will do that. Thank you very much.
All right, we've got one last workshop for today in about 6 minutes, so we'll see you soon. All right, HugoConf, we've done it. We've had 2 full days of streaming, and we're at our very last talk of the conference. So this is, I think this is a great way to end the conference, talking about Hugo site speed and how you can achieve a perfect Google Lighthouse score. So let me introduce Scott. For the past 10 years, Scott has provided marketing solutions for small to medium-sized law firms and businesses. He started out learning Hugo in February of 2020 and has migrated his websites from WordPress to Hugo. So today his workshop is how to achieve perfect Lighthouse scores using Hugo. And we're live. Hey, Scott.
How's everybody doing? Everybody's excited for this new Hugo conference. I'm thrilled to be a part of the first one. So thank you, Mike, for having me.
Of course.
I'd like to start out by telling everybody a little bit about me and my background. I've been developing websites for probably the past 15 years. I started out actually in college in a call center, believe it or not, and then worked for a couple lead generation companies, and then branched out and started my own business. And I've been doing that for about 10 years. So I provide marketing for small to medium-sized businesses. And I fell into Hugo just because I was using WordPress like probably many of you. And, my site started breaking, the plugins would break, the templates would break. And a colleague of mine referred me to, he said, you should really check out Hugo. I think it's perfect for what you do in your business for small to medium-sized businesses. And so I checked it out, and sure enough, it's the best solution I've found in terms of speed and security for small to medium-sized businesses, even large businesses. I'm really novice at this. I've only been doing this, like he said, since 2020. So I've learned a lot through the conference, and I really, really appreciate everybody that's participated in the conference. I think that this is a great step moving forward. And so some of the reasons why I chose Hugo is I thought it was really interesting. The web takes up a lot of energy. And so if you can build a site that's not only fast, more secure, but it also uses less megabytes. The average site is well over 1 megabyte. And so if you can create sites where, you're under 200 kilobytes, what does that mean for energy? That means that you can save a ton of energy. It's a greener solution. It's more efficient. It's overall a completely better solution than I think what we currently have out there. They're saying that 75% of all cell phone users have a 2G or 3G connection. So that's why having a small website really, really matters. And that's why page speed matters. And, page speed's a metric that's given out by Google. And what it basically does is it shows you how fast your website is for people all around the world, where how fast is it loading and is it being effective? Having a quick loading website increases conversion just across the board. That's why it's so important. Especially like if you have a big e-commerce site, you live and die by how quick your site can load. And so Hugo provides that option. And I think that there's a lot of great tools that Hugo has to increase the speed of your site. Recently, I follow a lot of the websites online, a lot of the major ones, and I look at their page speeds. And, I saw that Amazon was one of the biggest winners in the last Google algorithm update. And what I'd noticed is when I originally looked about 2 years ago, their page speed score was around, I would say like 76. And when I go on and look at it now, I mean, it's so much higher. It loads so much quicker. And it just makes sense. I think it's a better user experience for people because it's quicker. And, that's, I would say, the most number one thing in bounce rate. If someone gets to your site and it's taking longer than just a second to load, they're going to be bouncing off at a higher rate, an exponential rate, than if they get to the site and it loads almost instantly. So with that, like, we're going to get into perfect lighthouse scores. So let me get.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing a crazy stat from Amazon where for each, I think it's like each second, maybe each 100 milliseconds, they lose X amount of dollars. For load, like they can really put a dollar figure on that, and that's why it's so incredibly important for them to load those pages quickly. It costs them money if they don't.
I mean, I can't agree more, and like, even for me, it's small to medium-sized businesses, but it's crucial for even me for the sites to be quick. And I just also think that we can make a better product where it's, the most efficient. It's the least amount of kilobytes. It's the least amount of requests that you're putting on the DOM. It's just more efficient. And I'll get into that right now, so this is the site that I had built. Anybody can go to it. It's perfectlighthousescores.com. I have it hosted up on GitHub. I can provide the link in the chat. And basically, I spent the last week going over and making this site and trying to get perfect lighthouse scores on it. And so some of the results I'll show you. So it's an Easter egg that Google has where if you achieve perfect lighthouse scores, it gives you fireworks. So I thought that the first time I saw that, I thought that was really, really cool because, it was something that I don't think I hadn't looked on the web, but I hadn't seen it anywhere. Now since looking, I've seen it in a couple of places, but I think it's a true achievement of performance. It's not just, in performance, it's in all of the four aspects: performance, accessibility, best practices, SEO. And you can see that this site, it's more than just like a basic site where there's just text on it. And, that's what I wanted to show to people was you can build, a normal site where it can load extremely fast. Having your site load in a second that's where you want to be. And so let's see. And then, so there's a couple different ways you can look at performance. You can look at it from mobile, and that's actually what I did here. So this is the mobile performance result. And so there's also a desktop performance result. And basically it runs the site as if it were being loaded on desktop. But if anybody knows, Google, the main thing that you want to focus on is mobile first. The faster your site, the majority of people are going to be visiting your site from mobile. And, that's really where you want to shine. But having both show up well, I think it really means that the site is fundamentally set up well. And with that, it performs, it just performs. And that's the main thing. I will go into exactly how I was able to do that, what types of things that I've changed. But I can show you a couple other reports. GT metrics, I mean, it uses Lighthouse, but it shows that the scores are very good. Pingdom, This shows that, the site's under 200 kilobytes, which is a major reason why it loads so quickly. There's also in Google Lighthouse, there's a thing where it's looking for CSP cross-scripting or content security headers. And so this is another thing that I was able to achieve, was to have extremely good security on the website, which is super important. Also in Mozilla Observatory, it scores an A+. And so I'll show how exactly I was able to do that. So let's break into the template. Okay. So the things that I think that are the biggest. Oh, sorry, I don't.
Yeah, we're still seeing the browser right now.
Yeah.
Possibly might need to reshare your screen.
Look, sorry.
Just while you're figuring that out, one thing on the speed, especially for small and medium businesses, is it's also the perception of that business. If the website loads very slowly, then as a user, you're going to assume, okay, maybe their support or their customer service isn't going to be very good. Whereas if it loads quickly, suddenly you're like, oh, okay, they're going to be really responsive to me right from the get-go. It's part of the brand. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I completely agree. So like I was saying, the things I find to be the most important for the biggest gains you can get is properly sizing images. And it's really interesting how Hugo has that set up. You can use Hugo to not only properly size your images, but you can put them in next generation formats. And why that's important is it serves a smaller image file and it loads quicker in the browsers. So if we go to, let's see, the banner image, I'll show, or actually we'll go to, so I actually have this running through a partial, which I was a little bit disappointed because what I wanted to do was have the partial where it processed every image, but I was only able to set it up for one. And so when I process this partial, it sends it through to here. And basically what this does is it resizes the image into source sets, where it'll set up a bunch of different sizes for the browser to choose, where it'll produce the image that's going to be the fastest for the device that it's showing. So this runs through and creates basically an image where it's got source set for a bunch of different options for the browser, and then it links to the specific image. So it's basically optimizing the image where it's optimizing it for all devices where it's going to be the most efficient. And so in that, it increases page speed. And so it's doing it through Hugo's image processing, which I think is one of the most amazing things about Hugo. So what I've done is I've used this a couple times, not the full image with source sets, but I've used Hugo's image processing. Like for right here, I'm telling Hugo to grab this image in the assets directory, and it is processing it to fit this specific size and width. So it goes in and then it puts it into WebP, and it can do a lot of the legwork for you. I've built a couple of different sites where I think that image sizing, next gen images, they're the biggest thing that you will need to do in order to make your website run faster. Also, using SVG images for your logo. really, really shrinks down the size of, the file that's being served. The next thing that I think that basically sorry, I'm looking for it. Another thing is just having no JavaScript in your code. It's sometimes difficult to do. A lot of websites use tons and tons of JavaScript, and it really puts an extra load on load time. And so, for example, there's a lot of different things like a menu where, so like on my site, if you were to resize it, we'll see that this menu it's not in JavaScript. So it makes the site load tremendously faster. And it takes a little while, but I think that there's a lot of things that we use JavaScript for where it's just not necessary. I think properly designing your CSS and using JavaScript only where you have to be using it is extremely important. And so the things that Google looks at, they're looking at things like first contentful paint. It's how fast does your site, the main image of your site, load. It's basically the first time anybody can see anything on your screen. So that's one of the things where if someone sees a blank screen or stuff still loading, that's definitely going to hurt conversion and hurt people from staying and increase bounce rate. The speed index is another thing. It's pretty weighted heavily. It's 10% of the weight overall. Basically, you're looking to have a speed index that's under 4.3 seconds. But I think with Hugo, from what we can see on the scores that this site produces, I mean, you can have the whole entire site load in 1.1 seconds. So, why not achieve and try to do that? Because the faster it's going to load, the better it's going to perform. And all of these specific things play into it. But for example, the cumulative layout shifts. If you have images that aren't sized properly, the browser has to actually resize those images. So using something like source set will allow the browser to choose the proper image for the screen, which increases load speed. Time to interactive. I've tried out a lot of the different hosting companies for static sites, and I've found that all of them do a pretty good job in terms of displaying your website very quickly. I've done Cloudflare pages. I've used Amplify. I've also used the Google Cloud Platform. So any of these companies, and then there's a bunch out there. There's Vercel. Any of those companies are extremely good choices to host your static site. GitHub pages. I mean, I think that there's going to be a huge shift to people using static sites over a traditional CMS. One of the most popular ones. So total time blocking matters. This has to do, the thing that I saw when I was optimizing the site was JavaScript. If you have JavaScript, it's going to slow down the site. Any requests that you're putting out where it has to grab, let's say you're using it for fonts. You should always load your own and host your own fonts because it will load much, much faster. Any requests that you're putting out where you're saying, all right, you need to load this script, it's much slower because you're dependent on another server rather than depending on your own server. And so that's it's an important thing that I think that most people miss. Most people, they want the easy way. They want to use somebody else's icon set. And, let's say millions of people are using that icon set and the server slows down or it gives an error response. Well, that's going to affect your page speed and total loading time. Switching gears to, performance is, probably the largest aspect of Google page speed that they look at. But, designing your site for accessibility for people who could be colorblind, people who are deaf, I think it's really important. And I think a lot of sites don't do it. I don't think that it's that much more difficult to include, and think about people who have disabilities and include that into your design. And so, they look at, your keyboard test. Are the people using a keyboard when they're viewing your site? Screen reader test. Your website needs to be truly responsive. If it's not truly responsive, there's people who need to zoom in more or zoom out more. Colorblind. So color blindness is an interesting one, because when a lot of people build their sites, they think that certain colors will work, and they work if you're not colorblind. I've heard that some of the colors, when they're blended together, it just looks like mud. So it's really nice to have a tool like Google where it will go through and tell you, all right, these colors don't work, and you should choose different colors. That's also a major thing for background and foreground contrast, because if you've got an image up and it has the color scheme where that colorblind people cannot see it, it's definitely, it's gonna they're gonna bounce out of your site. They're not gonna continue. Another thing. So the SEO audit. So I found that was very cool in Hugo. When I first, was talking to my friend who referred me and said, "Hey, you should use Hugo." I started out and I was like, "Do you mean that I'm going to have to rebuild every single plugin and every single thing that I had?" And the answer was yes. I had to rebuild all of the plugins. But when you start to look at them, they're not that difficult to build. And do you really need, every single aspect of the plugin? There's a lot of bloat in plugins, and the more plugins you have on a site, the slower it will be. I don't know if you're familiar with WordPress, and the more plugins that you had, the slower the site was. So basically going through, you can, declare variables, call them for the titles, and just properly setting up your meta tags is really, really important, especially for SEO. And I think Hugo, it gives you a lot of flexibility on how you can improve your meta tags, your titles, your descriptions. You can basically set up perfect meta descriptions. Where that it'll help you on the SEO score. Best practices. So this was interesting. Obviously, like I said, you want to properly size your images, but you will avoid JavaScript for it to load quickly. But the content security policy, I think, is an interesting one, because when I originally was using it through Hugo, I had it in a meta tag, and Google had an issue with it where they were saying that you should be using it, not in a meta, in basically a header. And so I actually use Cloudflare pages to host my site. And so you can create a Cloudflare worker where you declare your security policy policy. And that's actually how I was able to score A pluses on my security, which I think is important. I think Hugo it's built so it's going to be more secure than, let's say a traditional CMS, just because you're serving the pages on the edge, on the cloud. So there's not really any back and forth with servers communicating. It's basically serving a static version of your site. So I think that in combination with Hugo, if you set up your headers properly, I think that you create, one of the most secure sites, you could have. And I think that, in this day and age, it's very important.
Yeah. And just on that point, those headers are really important, that your site can't be used to inject or do something nasty to the user's browser. So it's not only the server security, it's also your viewers' security. And adding those headers means you're doing the right thing and protecting the visitors to your site.
I mean, some of the issues that I had with adding the headers was interesting, because you really have to know what your page is doing. So, like, if you're displaying JavaScript, you have to declare what your JavaScript is doing, where it's coming from. So, like, if you were just to use, like, for example, if I gave my header to everybody, it might not be perfect for every single website out there. So this definitely took me a while to figure out and get it right. But I think that correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that most providers will give you an option to do something like this.
Yeah, and if they don't, they should.
Yeah, because I think that it took me a while, and when I figured it out, I was pretty dang happy, because that report on Lighthouse completely went away, and I was like, okay, now I'm only getting where it's now I only have a few other things to fix, and even then, I don't know if you could fix everything in Lighthouse. I think that it would be really amazing to do it.
Yeah, I mean, getting to hundreds alone is a huge achievement.
Yeah. But that's pretty much everything that I had to talk about today on just, setting up your website properly, and building it for speed, and also building it securely. And everything that I have is on a GitHub repository. Like I said, I'll send that out in the chat. And it's free to anybody. The only disclaimer is some of the images, if you're going to use it, just change the images, because they're copyright protected from 123 RF.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for sharing all those tips today, Scott. There's a lot of very relevant stuff here for the Hugo community. I think all of this stuff should be top of mind, particularly when you're handcrafting a website from scratch. Why not go that extra mile and get the 100 out of 100 Lighthouse score?
Yeah, I mean, I think Google Lighthouse does a really good job telling you kind of what you need to be doing. But I think that, like I mentioned, the biggest ones, I mean, those are, you really need to pay attention to those. Like, the resizing images is gigantic, and Hugo has that image processing. That's, I think it's amazing.
Yeah. What was the trickiest part of getting to 100? Was there a couple that you were stuck on for a long time?
So the trickiest part, I would say the images. I mean, I still haven't figured out. I know that there's a way to use a partial where I could process all of my images, where, anytime I upload an image, it's basically processed into all the different versions, where the browser gets to pick which one at that point using source set.
Yeah, well, let's ask that to the chat. Does anyone know how to process a whole lot of images on Hugo and just have that kind of seamless whether that's through a partial or some other functionality. One tool that I use very frequently, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Image Optim. It's on Mac. I'm not sure if it's on other operating systems.
Okay.
But with something like a JPEG, there's a lot of times a lot of metadata on the image that doesn't actually help it render. For example, you take a photo on your phone, it says, hey, I was taking on an iPhone X. This is my latitude and longitude that it was taken. This is the time. A lot of metadata. This was the focal lens that was used. But the user doesn't need that information, and it just adds extra bulk. And then in the image itself, there's often a lot of optimizations you can do that don't impact the quality of the image, or at least what you can see to the eye, but you can make the file size a lot smaller. And so how it works is you can just drag an image into Image Optim. It will run all these optimizations and then spit out an image that's sometimes 30 or 40% smaller. And you put it side by side and it will look exactly the same. So that's a tool that I highly recommend. It works for JPEGs, PNGs, I think GIFs, and SVGs. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, that's a cool tool too.
That's fantastic. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah. Used to saying use a dictionary for your partial variables to make it multi-purpose. You might need to post some code there, but that sounds like
I was trying to pass dict through it, and the URL would come through, but the partial then would not process. For some reason it wouldn't process the image properly. I think I was I don't know. I mean, I'll have to put that up on Hugo's forum.
Yeah, and I'm sure you'll get a lot of answers there. One other chat, I'm not sure if you caught Chris's talk at the end of yesterday for HugoConf. He had a short code that did a lot of image processing, so there might be something there as well.
Yeah, that's what I found. There's a blog written by Laura Callback,
Okay.
and she has a pretty good it's for short codes. The thing that I just haven't been able to do is convert the short code where I can use it from a partial and a layout. So it's definitely on my to-do list.
Yeah, no, that would be a big breakthrough. Just something else from the chat. Jan's saying, please look at AVIF image formats and WebP. I'm not actually familiar with AVIF. Have you heard of it?
It's for PNG images.
Okay.
So it goes through and basically optimizes the ping images too.
Got it. Yeah, I think one interesting thing from Chris's talk yesterday is I think this was he has a plugin that you can load it into Hugo, and for an image, it will downsample it, so it will make the image way smaller, and then blow it back up again. So it will look really blurry and pixelated, and when you load the page, that will show. So it's very fast to load that, obviously, because it's small file size. And then once the page is loaded, then it will start downloading the higher quality image. So it's trying to give you that fast page load while allowing for a higher quality image later. It looked like there was a bit of setup, but if you can get that going, you start to get the best of both worlds, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, and he, I think he got the idea from Facebook. They're all over trying to do that, just give a good first impression blurry image and then load in high quality later.
It's interesting. I've never heard of that.
What accessibility, let's say for that keyboard interaction, what did you add to the site to make it keyboard?
So basically, that type of stuff is having proper titles for not only like your menu, but also your images, for your alt tags. It's basically if you were to cover your eyes and think about how that page would read out, and does it make sense? Is it written for people, or are you just stuffing, keywords in there, right?
Yeah.
So you got to think about, okay, if I wasn't able to see the page and it was being read back to me, how would it read? How would it come out? Would it make sense? Would it be a website that, someone who couldn't see, would it be something that it would make sense in terms of, your menu titles, your image titles, just basically going through the whole page.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I've tried using one of those screen readers before and doing that blind test, and yeah, it does take a while to get used to being able to do that, but it really makes me appreciate how important all those tags and things are, because if you don't have them, you have no hope of navigating a website and being able to use that whatever it is, use that website. Okay, I think that's all the questions we have. Yeah, anything else you want to say to the community, the chat?
I'm sorry.
We're just wrapping up here.
Anything else?
You want to?
No, just thank you for having me. I'm thrilled to be at the first Hugo conference. So I hope my talk was helpful. And if you guys have any questions, you can always find me on Twitter. It's Riley Media, REILLY.
Awesome. All right, thank you, Scott. All right, we're wrapping up HugoConf. So my colleague David's going to come in on the chat. I think he's probably on his way now. Wait, I'm just going to ping him so he knows. 1 second. And we'll just have a quick chat, debrief on HugoConf, and then we'll sign off and let everyone get on with their day. So we'll talk in about 1 minute from now. Right, cheers team. All right, team. It's been exciting, fun-filled, all-encompassing Hugo from every angle couple of days. Yeah, I've really enjoyed hosting this, and I've learned a lot about Hugo. Just to wrap up, I've got my colleague David here. Hello, David. David has been working very hard behind the scenes. You would have seen him in the chat, and he's been a massive help just keeping things going for the conference. Another somewhat interesting fact about David is he's in New Zealand, and our first talk was at 9 a.m. Pacific time today. And in New Zealand time, that's 4 a.m. and David had to be up before that. So a very early start, and he's still standing. So yeah, thanks for being here.
It's all for the love of Hugo, really. I mean, it's honestly, it's been so exciting. I had no problem waking up, just full of interest and enthusiasm.
Yeah.
And like we were saying in the chat, everyone has learned so much that we're just leveling each other up, and it's incredible.
Yeah. No, that's it. So let's reflect on what we've got. We've probably got 14 hours or something like that of HugoConf content that we've watched in the past few days. What are the general themes or takeaways that you've seen from all that content?
Well, for me, it's everyone is doing more with less. Like we're finding what is really important about being static, and we're really emphasizing that. So small pages, small images, making things leaner and more efficient, easier for end users, easier for non-technical, easier for devs. Really, those are the big things, the big themes that I've seen over the past 2 days.
Yeah.
And just to shout out on that, you mentioned the hours and hours of content that we've been watching and taking part in. I wanted to note, and just to say thanks to all the speakers. And I realized that making pre-recorded videos is so much harder than turning up to a conference and talking live. So thank you to everyone. Making a 25-minute video is such an investment of time. So we really appreciate it. And I'm sure everyone on the stream and on the chat appreciates it too.
Time. Yeah, I think the quality of the videos was outstanding. And, we've had a lot of people view them so far, but I think there's going to be the whole entire community needs to see these videos, and I think it's going to level up everyone.
That's right. And I'm, Mike, my background is writing. I'm looking forward to looking at deep dive articles into each of these topics, because I want to write some of them. I want to read some of them, but it's just really exciting.
Yeah. I think Scott's talk right at the end was the perfect summary to the conference. If I had to break down all the content into 3 themes, there's one that's about building fast websites that load quickly, that are good for the environment because they're not using a lot of CPU cycles, that are very secure because they're static. All the things that we love about static. I think that's one category. One category was around the tooling around static sites. We saw a lot of ways of helping people edit content on static sites. We saw some new tools be released that added new functionality to Hugo and static sites. So a lot of really exciting stuff there. And the third category has slipped my mind. I can't think of what it was, but I did have a third one.
I've just loved how everything that I think everyone is talking about, and we've had a number of CMS talks and a number of tool talks. They're all things that we do at CloudCannon that we focus on, and we talk about Hugo often as a pure SSG, along with a couple of others. But there's a certain amount of idealism, I think, within the static site community, and it's justified. We as a group, as a community, we ship, I think, better websites, cleaner, better for the user, better for the business,
better for the internet,
and better. That's right, better for the environment, but better for the developer who's making them too. So, seeing tooling like PageFind come out, things like Bookshop and component-based editing, it's going to make it easier for everyone. There's still development work to be done to set them up. It's not as bad as other component systems, and so we're not getting rid of developers entirely. We're still giving them free rein, and that's where Hugo really shines. You can have the environment you want, and everyone can use the pages. Everyone can edit the pages. So all of the talks that we've seen from everyone have been really focused on just shipping the best product that works for everyone, and it's just so good to see.
That's it. I think one of the points one of my takeaways from the conversation this morning with Steve, the creator of Hugo, Scott touched on it just then, is, where's Hugo's strength? We're in a world where there's a lot of new bleeding edge static site generators, or kind of in that realm, Jamstack, whatever you want to call it, frameworks coming out. And Hugo is now coming up on a decade old. Like, does Hugo have a place in, let's say, the next decade? And I think undoubtedly it does. There's a lot of websites that in my opinion, don't make sense to use React. Like, if it's a marketing site that has static-ish looking components, and there's not a lot of interactivity, why are you loading this 300 kilobyte file? And why do you even need JavaScript in that case? Or why do you need a very heavyweight JavaScript framework?
Exactly. And I think I mentioned this in chat as well, that you always start minimal and then add in functionality as you need it, but don't start with a full tool set. It's nice to have on hand maybe, but not in a production environment.
Yeah, that's it. So I think Hugo well and truly, I think the web is always going to be HTML and CSS. In the 90s, you see in old magazines, what's the future of the web going to be like? And everyone's thinking like, oh, okay, it's going to be 3D. If you're buying shoes, it's going to be like a game almost. You're going to go into the mall and you're going to go to the shoe shop and you're going to be able to look around. We have the technology to do all of that, but who wants to walk around a virtual mall? Like, that just sounds horrible. I'm personally not a fan of malls in the first place, but something like Amazon now is much better equipped for that, where I can search for something, it comes up in a very clear UI. And I think it's going to be hard to beat that core concept, honestly. We've got VR picking up now, where I think some of that rhetoric is coming back. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to the format too. Obviously I've got a lot of old books behind me. I'm a fan of a format where you have content and you have an efficient means of delivery. What you can't see on my screen is the VR headset that's on the other side. But so like we're always kind of torn between two worlds. But you're right. I think we've got the content. We can make the content, and it's just ways to get. Hugo is clearly an incredible way to get that content to people faster, more efficiently, and in a design or a manner that they enjoy. It's a no-brainer to me.
All right, I think that's a perfect summary to end this conference. Just to fully sign off, I want to go through a list of shout outs. David, you've been amazing. Thank you so much. Olivia is the other person that has helped run this and been there from the start. Olivia, thank you so much. She's been going hard on the socials, and she's probably the reason that you've heard about HugoConf in the first place. We have Victoria Roberts, who did the design for the logo, the website, and helped put that together. Young Clarson, I think he was on the chat before, wherever you are, built out the HugoConf website, fancy animations and all. If you're interested, Jan talks about it briefly in his talk yesterday. But yeah, there's a really interesting stack that went behind building that website. Thank you to all the speakers. David already gave you a great shout out, but I'm going to do another one. This content is making the Hugo community better, and it's going to level us up. Incredible job. And then thanks to everyone who watched. I've had a lot of fun interacting with the chat, and you've really helped me make my job really easy by just giving me a lot to riff off. And honestly, I've had a lot of fun messing around with our friend Humble the Bee. That was cool with our stickers. It's been a great conference. I've had a lot of fun. And thank you so much for joining. So let's end it there. Have a good day, everyone. And watch out for the videos next week for anything you missed. Or you can, I think you can go back and watch the live stream now if you can't wait for the split up videos. All right, team, signing off. See you later.